welcome. Wow, wow. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Where's my camera? Oh my lord. I ain't ready. My camera just fell off. That's good. I mean, it didn't fall off. It's just like tilted. Here, let me show you. If I open it, it's like sideways. Look at that shit. Boom. Nice. Okay. Welcome to the stream. Let's see, what can I come up with? Alright, let's go with this one. Welcome, this is Framentor, the fittest thing since the Fitbit. Oh, kinda weak, but whatever, it's fine, we'll go with that. Alright, anyways, so off the stream, I actually went ahead and got myself ready on a Reaper, because you get higher item level gear, so you might as well. I also got the Sage. If I ever need to do a queue for a dungeon, I'll have an instant queue, so that's good. And yeah, let's do this. And if I ever need to keep my level up, like for dungeons or whatever, which I kind of doubt will be for a very long time, all I'll do, well, because actually I won't need it, because after Stormblood, you have the trust system throughout, right? So I actually won't need it at all. Yeah, so I can just stay on the Sage for Stormblood dungeons and trials, and then Reaper for the rest. Anyways, let's go kick Raban's ass. Winamp, it really kicks Raban's ass. Oh yeah. I am ready, old girl, are you? By the Fury, how could I forget? Father bid me present this to you. I know it is sudden, but we believe the men would find it inspiring. If you bore the colors of House Fortom into battle, pray do us this honor. In the Grand Melee, some of your gear will be glamored, your attributes and abilities will be unaffected. Gonna get massive biceps today. Yeah, buddy. Alright. Whew. Love that you guys have time for this.
Heed well the rules of engagement.
Yeah. I love that I have time for this. Meanwhile, like fucking Nidhogg is about to strike them down at any point. But whatever, it's fine. The Grand Melee is a large-scale battle in which an allied company of Ul'dan, Gridanian, and Luminiscent forces will be pitted against a company of Ishgardian forces. Easy. So far, so good. When a combat is incapacitated, the opposing company will be awarded tactical points. Damn, one shot, look at this guy. First come to attend the designated tactical rating of 100 points is declared the victor. What's the tether? During the Grand Melee, officiants may mark certain combatants with the Fury's gaze, which will be indicated by an ethereal tether linking them to their company's flag. While defeating most combatants will award your company 1 tactical point, defeating marked combatants will award your company 10 tactical points. Marked combatants will also possess enhanced attributes, rendering them more powerful and more difficult to defeat. Defeating and defeating these combatants is the key to victory. Cool.
For the honor and the glory of Ishgard.
We all nodding. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. You don't participate? Wanna shoot nobody? Nice sword.
All is ready then. Very well. Brave men and women of the Eorzean Alliance, let the grand melee begin!
Huzzah! Ugh, it's kinda unfair towards them. We have 3 of me, they have only robe on. Yo, tether me, yo. Tether me. And
Is that all you've got?
well, who's next? Let's go. No more tethers? Alright. Okay. Who's this? Oh, veteran. I thought it was Pippin again.
Right there!
Oh, can't do anything about that. Let's go, buddy. Oh, I got it and he got it. Okay. A random ogre appears. Cyclops, Cyclops, everyone on your guard. All forces fall back. It's okay. So nice of him to wait too. Punch him in the eye. There you go. Continue the melee. I will deal with him. You deal with me? Oh, no one saw it coming? So far. Death sod. You heard the man, back to it. All forces form a line on Filmina now. Nah, gee, I don't need protection. Fuck them all up. Yeah. The bull. A trial. Let's go. Well met, I'll not lie, I was hoping it would come to this. So then, shall we dance? Damn it all. It's all good, man. Moo. Moo. Mow. 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 Honorable, put up a fight, will ya? Hey, you think you're a freak or some shit? Oh, he's invulnerable? Alright. Wait, can I get, let's go. Yes, I can. Nice. Oh, he's not invulnerable. Fuck. Not even close, baby. Take your victory. You've earned it. Okay. Yes, I have.
Did she win? Then we...
Yeah. Yeah, we won, baby. Let's go. Yeah.
Victory is ours! Ishgard! Ishgard!
Ishgard! Ishgard! Hey! Ishgard! Hey! Ishgard 5! Ishgard 6!
Well fought, my friend! You truly are the warrior of warriors.
Not warrior of light,
Truly,
man.
you were on our side.
A warrior of warriors of light. Did you even do anything, Manolane? Did you even participate, bruv?
Oh, my lungs are burning, and I can barely stand.
Ah, fuck. I hate that feeling when I work out.
I didn't think I could do it, but then I did. We did. We faced the Alliance's best, and together, with one heart, with one purpose, we prevailed.
Shut up, idiot.
After 1,000 years of hardship, of strife and bloodshed, we are strong enough to rise to any challenge, be it on the battlefield or beyond.
Would have been fair if they had 3 times the people.
The future
But oh well.
holds so much promise, so much joy. We need only show them the way.
Fucking walk of Lalafels. They have no
A
ankles.
truly magnificent display, Sir Knight. While doubtless
Sir
less than
Knight
pleased,
Emmerich.
I am quite sure the Grand Companies are honored to have been bested by such valiant warriors.
And did all the work. That's fine. No worries about me.
The honor was ours, Your Grace.
I am pleased to see that Ishgard's proud martial tradition is being upheld. When the time comes, I trust you will fight alongside your brothers and sisters in the Eorzean Alliance with the same fervor you displayed in opposing them.
Yeah, even more.
I note that our friend elected to take the field in Ishgardian clothes.
I gotta choose a side.
At my behest, Your Grace. If we have given offense, the blame lies with me.
Oh please, everyone wants to fight me.
Fear not, Sir Knight. It was a surprise, nothing more. And any hint of ill feeling was thoroughly dispelled by the spectacle of our mutual friend's duel with General Raubarn.
How else would you have the duel?
On the subject of surprises, I could not help but marvel at the passion and unity of purpose displayed by your countrymen, given the troubling reports we have received of late.
Yeah, where are the countrymen, by the way? We're supposed to look, right?
I shall take that as a compliment.
Was there like a
Your
viewing
Grace.
crystal
the
or
events
something?
to which you allude are the price of change. The end of the Dragonsong War marks the beginning of a new era for our nation, and for the people, high and lowborn alike, who will lead her into the future.
Ah, yes. The people.
I remembered that you tried to do something earlier.
Change is indeed a perilous thing, for we who seek it, and they who fear it. I shall pray for Ishgard, and for you.
Go, buddy. Boobas.
Well, that made for a refreshing change. Congratulations on your victory, by the way.
You got it, homies. Can't disappoint when you went to fight off a Cyclops, right?
Ishgardians certainly seem happy with themselves. I, for my part, am merely glad you did not strain anything in the process of single-handedly winning the battle for them.
Kinda did. Kinda would've. Hilda, look at your boyfriend. He's tired. Help him out. Oh, Hilda.
'Tis but a scratch, I assure you. And I will not suffer you to worry over me. Not when we have a dozen far more important concerns. Make that 2 dozen. Still, as your Stola never tires
Closer.
of telling me, we can but face them head-on one at a time. One day at a time. As Minfilia would have done.
Yeah. Those balls. I had forgotten what it was like to feel so alive. Not since leaving the Bloodsands have I had the privilege, not since the Bull of Alamigo hung up his swords. Back then, the outcome might have been different, but I do not begrudge you your victory. I know how far you have come, how much you have endured. Our fight only confirmed it. Didn't you lose to Ilbert too, by the way? Just saying. We shall have to do this again one day when time allows. I shall look forward to it. Now go to the Ishgardians and celebrate your victory. You have earned it. Come, Pippin. Her Grace is expecting us. Wait, let me talk to Pippin. I didn't know what that was. Oh well. Parkour, parkour! 360. Wait, can I do? Oh, shit, that was a. Oh, I can fly here. I'm an idiot. And this many zone. Said your goodbyes yet? Yep. In all the years I have known Raban, I cannot recall ever seeing him look so happy in defeat. Well, everything seems to be falling into place, does it not? The Guardians have claimed their symbolic victory, and the Eorzean alliance has been strengthened in the process. Be proud, Filmina. You made this happen. Money. Cinematic. You have learned the emote victory. Nope. We have done it. Nay, you have done it. You have brought us the victory we so desperately needed. There is naught left but to return to the capital. Come, let us see what reception awaits us. Actually would be a cool battle mode, to be honest. Like a 10v10 and one person gets empowered at random. Bit of RNG there, but yeah. Yeah, watch her ass.
My lord!
Oh, that's his name. Yep. Au revoir.
Au revoir, my boy.
Au revoir.
Shouldn't you be in
My
bed?
boy.
Thank you for your concern, my lord. But I have largely recovered from my ordeal, and I have naught but several scars to show for it. Which I have been told some women may find appealing.
You know it, bro. Manly
I
scars
see. And to think I was worried sick over you.
are tattoos of war.
I'm not sure I understand, my lord.
Well, let's put the theory to the proof, shall we?
My lord?
It would seem that a great many things have occurred in my
Okay.
absence. I thought I might begin to make amends by welcoming you in person.
Mm-hmm. Where
The
was he again?
messengers spared not their chocobos to bring us word of your victory in the grand melee. I cannot well describe our elation when we heard the news. It called to mind the day we rejoined the Eorzean alliance, when I glimpsed hope rekindled in the eyes of the people.
The Fury herself ushers us into a new era. Sir Emmerich, the time is now.
Aye, that it is. Reconvene the conference and summon Vidofnir to Falcon's Nest. We will make peace with Hraesvelga's brood and hasten this bloody war to its end.
Yes, Lord Commander.
Don't know about that.
I will send word to Artoirel and bid him resume preparations.
Artoriel?
Emmanuel,
Artoriel.
You will place yourself at your brother's disposal. He will be glad of your assistance.
But didn't I just do something? I want to do two things. Crazy. See ya. Don't show yourself again to Landwalker. Just saying. Just saying.
No stopping it now, is there? We should inform Stola and the others.
Go. Do it.
My dear friend, I doubt I will ever be able to thank you enough. But when the conference is successfully concluded, I damn well mean to try.
Eight is guard. There we go. Alright. They say you dueled General Raban within a ring of flames. I did not think the man so ostentatious. Would that I could have seen it. After we parted ways in Matoya's cave, I returned here to speak with Tataru. We agreed to tell the others only that our search for Minfilia had reached an impasse. I subsequently learned that you had left for Falcon's Nest. but I thought it best to keep to myself for a time. I am one to rely on your overmuch when we are together, and I need to think, to reflect. This I still do, I suspect, but matters here seem to be coming to a head. In short, there are some things I feel I must say, though nothing so urgent that it cannot wait until after the conference. Let us make for Falcon's Nest and see if Lord Artwarel has need of our assistance. Let's do it. God, I love that ability. Looks so fucking fine. Yo, yo. Well met, Mrs. Nakochi, and thank you for looking after my brother. They say he fought bravely and he did not dishonor his house, but you, my lady, to you we owe everything. As you can see, we have made every effort to strike while the iron is hot. We made our intentions known, and that all would be welcome to attend. And so they came. By the grace of the Fury, they came. They came, huh? The ceremony will not be a lengthy affair, but there is still much to be done. I would speak with you more, but I must see to my duties. As for you and Master Alphino, you will be naught but enjoy yourselves. Is that clear? If any dare beg your assistance again, I will have words. Let me eat. Well, there you have it. We have been forbidden for meddling. Shall we wait, or have you other matters to attend to before the ceremony begins? Excellent. I only hope Thancred and the others will not be late. Epochal events do not come around very often. Please be voice acted. It has to be, right? It's the end of the, like one of the end cinematics, kind of.
The appointed hour approaches.
Aye.
She begged leave to watch the proceedings. I saw no reason not to grant it.
I mean, she did try to like ruin the first one, but
Should I choose to deviate from my prepared remarks, I ask that you trust in my judgment.
Have I ever done otherwise?
and what are the prepared remarks? Hey, Daphne, my boy, my chick, my girl.
The White Dragon!
Ah, how long it hath been since our peoples met thus, children of Thordan, even by our reckoning.
Vidofnir, daughter of Hraesvelga, we give thanks for your visit, and bid you welcome to Falcon's Nest.
Our sire bade us hearken unto the whispers of our hearts. They spoke to us of a paradise lost, of bonds of brotherhood which they yearned to see restored.
Ours too yearn for such a restoration, and they have guided us here this day, that they might yearn no longer. Brothers and sisters, ye who stand as witness, hearken to me.
Hear me out.
Since the days of Eld, when the bonds betwixt man and dragon were sundered by our hand, our peoples have known only war.
Oh.
Bloodshed without end. Losses beyond counting, and still we fought.
Oh, is that supposed to be her?
And still
The old
we
lady?
fought.
No, no way, she's too young.
Some wounds do not heal. The dead cannot be returned to us. But we the living can yet choose another course. Here and now, we can lay down this burden, this hatred, this vengeance. Our forebears fought not so that we could die, but that we might live. So let us honor their sacrifice and spare our children this death sentence. Let us gift them a new legacy. Life.
Betwixt our peoples yawneth a divide deeper than the deepest abyss, wider than the widest sea. Generations will live and die ere this divide is bridged. Knowing this, doth thy heart yet yearn for peace, son of Thordan?
Look now on the legacy we would leave to our children. A dream of peace, inscribed in stone for generations to come.
That shocked face on Vidofnir.
Father and his beloved, as they were so long ago, happy and at peace. The dreams they shared shall be ours once more.
Oh. Hello, Estinian. Oh.
Your bow!
Child of Dravania, art thou grown so forgetful that thou wouldst forsake kith and kin and consort with the spawn of Thordan? That thou wouldst dare contemplate peace?
Somebody's angry.
All of you! The final chorus is nigh, and all will be held to account. All will bathe in the flames of retribution. till the coming of that day. Look you on your sins and despair, for none shall escape my wrath. None shall escape my revenge.
7 hells.
7 hells, cry me a river, Alfino. Oh, 7 hells. Well, shit.
Damn you, Nidhogg.
Damn you all to hell. Not gonna lie, the security around Ishgard is pretty shitty.
Hells, take that worm! While he lives, we'll never know peace.
Aye! There'll be no end to this war till Nidhogg is dead and gone!
Basically, yeah.
So let's kill the bastard and be done with it. Death to Nidhogg! 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 Death to Nidhogg!
What are you so scared of? We're not wrong. Instead of life to Vidofnir, death to Nidhogg. Did he also say death to Nidhogg, or did he say Estinian? I think he said death to Nidhogg. There they go, the last of the guests. Having come hither with hope in their hearts, they depart with hatred and bloodlust. Until the moment I saw him strike, I still held some small hope that what you had seen in Azizla was an illusion, perhaps, but he acted without hesitation, as did Sir Aymeric. For a mercy, Vidofnir's wound was not mortal, or so Lucia tells me. The dragon was spirited away to Anyx's shrine to receive care from her brethren. We can but hope her recovery is swift. But such was surely Nidhogg's intent, to deliver a proclamation not only to the children of Thordan, but to his kindred. War is coming, and ye who do not stand with us stand apart. She was an example, a message to her brood, another instrument of his vengeance, like Estinian. Okay, let's go fuck up a dragon or some shit, you know? Oh, nice. A full armor set, huh? That. Ooh, 7,500. When I said I wished to speak with you after the conference, I confess I envisaged rather happier circumstances. If anything, however, this latest strategy makes the need more pressing. There are things I must say, not to the Warrior of Light, or even my fellow Scion, but to you, Filmina, my friend. But not here, no. But of course, the intercessory in Camp Dragonhead is still open to us. Let us go there. Oh. Over there. Holy shit, bro. Quite the trip. Yep. Her text did not change. Sure, I'll wait for you, Alfie. No worries.
Forgive me. That took longer than expected. You seem puzzled. Oh, these. I thought something warming might not go amiss. It was not all that long ago that we sat here, you and I, in our very own falling snows, as Lord Horshfon called it.
Yeah, there was
I still
something.
struggle to believe he is gone. And Azelle too. I had such hopes for her. Master Matoya asked me what it was all for. Why we fight. And why we die. Were I still commander of the Braves, I would doubtless have replied, for the future of Eorzea. But I'm not that man. Not anymore.
Yep, all grown up, baby!
I needed a new answer. One that I could live with. And when I saw Estinian at the ceremony, I knew at last what it was.
What was it? What did you see?
I do not want to be a man who sacrifices his friends and family for a cause. I want to fight for Estinian, and I want to save him.
Okay.
When Nidhogg leads the Horde into battle, Ser Emeric and his forces will do what they believe must be done. That is their choice to make. Yet even if Ser Emeric is willing to forsake Estinian, I am not.
Oh.
We must fight for him, for he is our friend and ally. We may struggle, we may fail, but we must try.
Stekbo. Give him the nod.
Lord Orshafon would be proud. I knew you would understand. Together, we will surely find a way.
With the power of friendship, everything is possible. Thank you, Filmina. It is unfair of me to burden myself in this manner, time after time, but I am glad that you permit me nonsense. Nonetheless, you are my true friend and ally. Though not all of our fellow Scions will support our stance on Estinian, I have faith that we will win them over in due course. Such is the infectious power of hope. Yo, guys, don't forget, we need him for Endwalker, so he better survive. Right, that is quite enough solemn introspection for one day. I think we would both benefit from some time in the company of Tataru. She stays for us at Fort Tom Manor. Let us not keep her waiting any longer. Okay, I'll be right back real quick. I need to get some ice for my foot. Ow. Oh, hey. Foot. This bad boy. Wrap the ice. Why do I need ice for my foot? Because yesterday something very heavy fell on it and my whole foot is swollen up right now. Does not feel good. Not at all, no siree. Alright, let's wrap this bad boy up. This be enough? No. Okay. Do it like this then. There we go. Oh, that's swans. Go this. Yeah, whatever, it doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter. Problem is, how do I keep it on my foot? That's the real issue here. Foot. Okay. Oh. So, it's a bit forward. Hey, come forward. Right, and then take the ice, put it over there. Okay, we're kind of comfortable. All right. Last vigil. To the last vigil. Yet again we walk an all too familiar path. I'm reminded of when we first came to this manor. Lost and uncertain, we were granted succor in our hour of need. We were saved, and now it is our turn to return the favor. Here, here, let no one say that the sands do not repay their debts. I think we repaid it quite a lot by now. Just saying. After all, what kind of people would we be if we forsook our friends? Stop looking for Yida and Papalimo, or if we gave up hope of bringing Minfilia back. Milfinia. Oh, Milfinia. Although she knew it would cost her dearly, Minfilia reached out to us to deliver a message. She believed it was imperative that we understand the true nature of the star, of the rift between Zodiac and Hydaelyn, and of the Ascians' aspirations. But for all that has been revealed, I cannot shake the suspicion that there is much we have yet to learn. Oh, you have no idea, boy. You have no idea. In any event, I think it is time we step back from the fray and carefully consider our next course of action. It will not be easy to turn this strategy to triumph, but we will find a way. We will. We will. We will. We shall. Like this. Oh yeah, 2500. Let's go. I just put it like straight up ice on my foot. I think that would be a bit too cold though. You have learned the emote battle stance. Let's try it. Oh, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be so fucking cold. Oh, so
Of all the ways
cold.
for it to end.
Oh, that was yeah.
Even before his transformation, I could feel the worm's hatred swirling about Estinian. The terrible, all-consuming rage.
Wait, did you meet Estinian before?
Enough to fuel a 1000-year quest for vengeance. It was all I could do not to run away screaming.
Oh yeah, she
The
did meet Estinian.
Ishgardians, nay, all Eorzeans, are made of sterner stuff.
Wait, no, she
They
didn't.
face danger and death on a daily basis, and understand what it takes to win a war.
Wait, she never met Estinian before he turned to Nidhogg. What do you mean you felt the thing? Because we only met you in like 3.1 or some shit, didn't we? She wasn't on the ship to Azisla. Yeah, no, she wasn't on the ship to Azisla. What the fuck? How did you feel it around Estinian then?
Think not too deeply on Master Matoya's words. Her intent was but to steal our resolve.
Those ties though, Y'shtola? I understand why they changed her appearance, because people were thirsting too much for sure.
That, and to remind us to look beyond these passing conflicts to trials greater still. To the truth which hides at the heart of this world.
Yeah, look to the moon. Then look
So that's your aim,
way beyond the moon as well. Finding truth?
You disapprove?
Not at all.
Not at all. I believe it's traditional for the student to follow in the footsteps of the master. And you are so very alike.
She's gonna get pissed. I wish they had the animated anger thing, like the vein, whatever. No. Uh-oh. We see you, motherfucker. Thancred is on duty. Duty.
Change. That great inexorable wave was upon us, and soon all of Ishgard would bend to its will.
Yep. Wait, so do you kill Nidhogg at 3.4?
For all our sins, for all our scars, the future for which we had long yearned was at last within our grasp. But it would be bought at a heavy price.
Yeah.
For in those twilight hours did Nidhogg cry out for vengeance, and his brethren raise their voices for the final chorus of the Dragon Song War.
I swear 3.3 was the Dragon Song War end. And then 3.4 and 3.5 was set up for Stormblood. Griffin and all that shit. Oh shit. Oh yeah. Let's see. Apalimonida. Caution, Ida. That is all I ask. Do not be so eager to place your faith in them, not until we know more. Damn, Ida. Nice. Oh. Oh, that's the Griffin mask. I was like, what? That the trial guy? No way. Too big. Let's go. It's the Griffin mask. Ooh, another 7,500. Let's go, baby. Ah, Mrs. Nakochi, it is well that you are here. You are wanted within. I believe Master Alfino wishes a word with you. Does he now? Ah, Filmina, there you are. Have you a moment? There is something I would fain discuss. I must ask you to recall the events which unfolded at the peace conference, though I dare say you would sooner forget them. My mind returns again and again to the moment when Nidhogg appeared before the crowd in the guise of Estinian. It was a sight to chill the soul, but one which gave me reason to hope that our friend might not be beyond salvation. When you described his fateful transformation at Azizla, I feared him lost forever, but the mere fact that some semblance of his former self endures must surely count for something. Alas, I have no evidence to support this impression. Thus did I turn to Yustol and Kryl for a more empirical appraisal, and full glad am I that I did, for it would seem they have some observations of their own to share. The ladies have saved us a table at the Forgotten Night. Shall we go? Sure. Let's talk about it at the pub, instead of here where it's like nobody here. Excellent, let's not keep our honored colleagues waiting. We could have talked about this in front of Estinian, in front of Amaric. Ba-da-dum, bum, bum. Oh. Guys, everyone leave. Talk in private. What a kind of a
kept you
pub is
waiting
this?
over long, I fear.
Alright, never mind. There's conversation. Alright, I'm gonna take this
Not to worry,
ice.
Alphino. We had some rather fine mulled wine to keep us company. Truth be told, you could have delayed your arrival a few moments more.
Gibrion got the spicing just right this time. His latest batch is not only delicious and warming, but soothing to the humours.
Indeed. But 'twas not to soothe our humours that we gathered here.
Ah, no, quite right. The matter of that poor dragoon.
Oh, no, quite right.
You have discovered something. A means to save him?
Let us not jump to conclusions, shall we? Assess the facts presented, then make an educated analysis, as you were taught.
Pray, cast your mind back to the moment of Estinian's transformation. Do you recall how you described it to us? You spoke of the sudden pangs which racked his body when he took up both of Nidhogg's eyes, and of how his form was twisted thereafter into a shadowy semblance of the Great Worm.
When he appeared at Falcon's Nest, the worm's eyes were fused to his mail.
Would that only his armor had been corrupted. Snaking forth from the eyes, I descried dark tendrils which entangled his very being. His ether has been all but smothered.
Then he is lost to us forever?
Up with the conclusions.
What did I just say about jumping to conclusions? Y'shtola clearly stated all but smothered. As I later discovered, her impression matched my own. Though Nidhogg's presence filled my mind's eye, beneath his seething aura, I sensed the merest hint of something else. And after listening to Y'shtola's observations, I became more certain of my suspicion that the something else I'd sensed was, in fact, the trace of a different will, submerged in the sea of Nidhogg's rage.
You mean?
Yes, 'tis like that Estinian spirit yet lingers.
Can we not wrest him from Nidhogg's grasp, then? Tear the eyes from the armor?
We know not if that would serve to separate Worm's soul from man's. None have ever attempted such a feat.
But that's pretty much what would solve it, yeah.
Should it offer even the faintest hope of success, then by the gods, I shall be the first to try.
Alphino. By all means, hold fast to your hope, but be mindful of the dangers. Even should you succeed in excising the eyes from the dragoon's mail, we have no way of knowing if your friend's soul would survive so violent a separation. And that is to say nothing of the possibility that his would-be savior might become Nidhogg's next host.
But what other choice remains to us? Should the opportunity present itself, I will tear those foul orbs from Estinian's armor and trust in the resilience of his soul, even at the risk of mine own.
Ah, I found you at last.
Norwa. What's up, brother? Little brother. Brother.
A messenger of the Temple Knights came to the manor some few hours past. The Lord Commander humbly requests the company of the Warrior of Light and Master Alphino.
Sir Emmerich would speak with us. Very well, thank you, Anawa.
God damn, shit hurts. I feel like I should just
Seems
have
duty
a
calls.
frozen,
Proceed to yours,
not
and we
frozen,
shall
but like
return to
super
ours.
cold ice bucket or some shit.
Thank you, Y'shtola, Kryl. Your words have given me hope where there was none.
Yeah.
Come then. Sir Emmerich awaits.
come then. They came. That's what she said.
Alphino is allowing his feelings for this dragoon to cloud his thoughts. I worry he may do something rash. Keep an eye on him, would you?
The same eye I kept on the man in the lane. You got it. Oh.
They think more of their friends' deliverance than their foes' defeat. But will history commend their fealty or condemn their folly?
Oh, Daddy Dragon.
The conference held at Falcon's Nest was to be a celebration of the reconciliation twixt man and dragon. But the lingering shade of Nidhogg, clad in the flesh of the Azure Dragoon, did mark the occasion by spilling the blood of his own kind. A timely atrocity to remind the children of Ishgard that the Dragonsong War was far from over. And when fear gave way to fury, the call to arms rang out anew. Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
How'd they even construct that? No way to get up there. Oh. What news has Sir Emmerich to share with us, I wonder? Oh, where'd you get all this cash? Might Sir Emmerich, perchance, have received word of a Dravanian advance? Or mayhap they have located SD. That is to say, mayhap Nidhogg has been found. Come, I would hear what the Lord Commander has to say.
My friends, I thank you for coming.
Yeah, no problem, bro. No problem, G.
You have had news of Nidhogg?
Alas not. Our scouts range far and wide, but they have as yet found no trace of the Great Worm.
We dispatched an elite unit of dragoons to reconnoiter the churning mists, but even they returned empty-handed.
A pity.
Fear not, Alphino. We shall see the worm again soon enough. His words at Falcon's Nest attest to that. Indeed, he is like to come sooner than we would wish.
I assume Ishgard's defenses are being bolstered as we speak?
With all haste. I mean to call upon every able-bodied warrior at our disposal, from the Knights of the Four Houses to the men and women of the Watch. But I did not summon you to discuss strategy.
Oh.
What then would you have of us, my lord?
Go to Hrasvelgar.
I will speak plain. Now that Nidhogg is possessed of both of his eyes, no mortal force we can muster will repel him. That being the case, we must needs recruit an ally of equal strength.
You speak of Hrasvelgar?
I do.
Shock.
To whom else could we turn?
That he is Nidhogg's equal I do not deny, nor can I name another. But convincing the reclusive creature to do battle with his own brood brother will be... how shall I put this?
It will be no small undertaking, yes. Estinian's report was most particular about Hrasvelgar's unwillingness to involve himself in the affairs of men. But much has changed since your visit to Somal. And if there is even a chance that the dragon may be swayed, I must plead our case. Whatever price the dragon asks of me, I shall pay it. Such was my oath, to defend the people of Ishgard.
Big true.
Come what may, my friends, the battle with Nidhogg will mark the end of my tenure as the acting head of church and state. Will you help me discharge this final duty?
We will, my lord. Though I fear our involvement offers no guarantee of success. Come then. We will depart at your leisure.
Actually, my involvement is gonna be
Thank
pretty
you. Both of you.
big increase. Oh, because we got Midgard on our
The city is
side.
yours, First Commander.
My lord, we shall pray for your swift return.
Sure. You do you, crazy woman. Children of the land. It grieves me to impose upon you in this manner, but you of all people understand the threat we now face. If it is no imposition, Sir Emmerich, the Filmina and Ishgard is whoa, second home, I guess, some of that. After the many battles we have fought and the bonds we have forged, the plight of your nation has become our own. If there is aught that we can do to aid in its salvation, then pray impose all you must. Thank you, my friends. You are true friends. Close enough. Shall we be about our task then? We have no way of knowing when Nidhogg's shade will strike, but we must assume that time is not our ally. Yep. Indeed, with that in mind, I have taken the liberty of dispatching a messenger to inform Mrs. Tataru that you will be escorting me to Somal. I confess I did not provide the exact details of our destination, as they are as yet unknown to me. We will summon her Svegled Zenith in the churning mists. Ere we begin our ascent, however, I think it's best that we pay a visit to Annex Trime. You seek an advantage in the coming negotiations? I do. I would consult with Vidofnir. I propose this in part out of concern for her condition. Were she to succumb to her wounds, it could have grave consequences for our alliance. That apart, she may be able to provide insight into her sire's current state of mind. Well reasoned. To the Dravanian forelands then. I should have gotten flying for this. Nah, screw that. The amount of time I would waste getting flying compared to just 2 times I need it here. Screw that. I sense a great power within. Oh, dude, I couldn't have gone flying anyways by now. Up until now. Great power within you. Yes, you will make a suitable adversary. Our younglings must learn the hardships of battle. You will find them just beyond the tower. Go and hold nothing back. Why did I even click on you, by the way? Get the fuck out of here. That's what I need. Some duel. Ah, 'tis the warrior of warriors and her companions. What bringeth you to mine abode? Pray forgive us for disturbing your recuperation, Vidofnir. I hope your wound does not pain you overmuch. Didst thou imagine me close to death? The thrust was deep, but not mortal. I will heal in time. Full glad am I to hear it. You were the guest of honor at our conference, and we failed in our duty of protection. On behalf of Ishgard, I apologize unreservedly. I am a dragon full grown, and thou thought to protect me, mortal. I was tempered by the fires of battle, ere thy great grandsire learned to crawl. Thy words do remind me of a knight whom I called friend some 1,000 years past. He swore to defend me from harm and hardship. Whew. Would that we could return to that era of peace, when man and dragon knew such comradeship. Would that our every effort to do so were not undone by ancient rancor. For a truth, there can be no peace while Nidhogg's shade yet lingereth. That much is plain. It will lack the strength to banish him, as do we make for some all to beseech the aid of your sire once more. Folly, thou knowest as well as I how he will answer. Rasvelgar's heart remains unchanged then, a pity, but if it is folly to hope, I am content to die a fool. As hath ever been the way with thy kind. Go then, but be warned, the Shade's presence hath driven its minions to frenzy. Thank you, Vidofnir, we shall disturb your rest no longer. Well, I expect no better answer from Vidofnir. I take little pleasure from having been proven right. 'Twould seem that our presence at Zenith will be every bit as unwelcome as I had anticipated, but what is the ire of one great worm to a trio of self-confessed fools such as ourselves? Let us begin our ascent. Scout ahead if you wish, Filmina. Shall join you outside Mogholm. I want to teleport. I had heard tales of the world above the clouds, but never did I dream one's mind paints a pale picture of its majesty. You live to see such wonders. I'm reminded of my first visit to the Speak. Stinian and Yzael yet walked at our side. Oh, hello. Papa? Is that you, Filmina? If it isn't don't tell me you forgot my name, Kupo. After all we've been through together. Staring at him. But at least you remember me. You remember it, don't you, Filmina? I see, Koopa. Then I suppose our time around the campfire meant less to you than I thought it did. It's Moghan, by the way. What putting our shared history to one side, what brings you and your friends to Mogholm? Ah, another audience with old Herzvelgar. Well, I hope you've brought the horn, Kupo. With the winds as gentle as they are, a good loud toot should reach the Great Worm's ears easily enough. That is good to hear, Moghan. Thank you. We had best press on to Zenith, while the winds are in our favor. Moghan. Now that was unexpected, Kupo. Chieftain Moglin will want to hear about this. Setting up the boss fight. Mogsy. Damn. Nice structure. Children, down, down. Da-da. Different layouts for stream enter? Look, it's an ether current. Good times. Why does he change the weather every time he comes down? You dare summon me again, mortals.
Great Hraesvelga, 'tis not lightly that we beg this audience. Pray hearken to our words, for they concern the future of man and dragon both.
Greetings, Hraesvelga. I am Emmerich de Burrell, acting ruler of the nation of Ishgard. I am come before you to parley on behalf of my people.
To parley. Thinkest thou thy purpose unclear to me? Thou art come to beg mine aid in the battle against the shade of my brood brother.
You foresaw mine intent.
I but read that which is writ plain in thine eyes. Would that thou had wit enough to scry the answer in mine. My beloved Shiva did once build a bridge twixt man and dragon, a bridge which thy treacherous forefathers saw fit to tear down, as thou well knowest. Thinkest thou Nidhogg was alone in despairing at the murder of our brood sister? Thinkest thou mine own soul did not cry out for vengeance? Know then that upon that accursed day my heart did wither in my breast, and thy kind become unto me the harbingers of despair. Tis only Shiva's gentle dream that preventeth me from flying at Nidhogg's shoulder. Be grateful that I swore to abjure aggression ere I consumed her. I permit my children to offer or deny thee aid as they see fit, to warn thy people of my brood brother's coming, that thou wouldst dare ask more of me, but affirmeth thine incurable arrogance.
We understand that in your despair at man's betrayal, you seek only the refuge of solitude. But despite your protestations of spent faith, do you not still nurture the smallest flame of hope?
Perceivest thou such light in the dusk of mine existence?
I do. If you claim I see falsely, then tell me, why did you consent to bear Rizel upon your back?
Yezael, piteous, deluded Yezael, the child did lament her past sins, and sought to balance the scales with her remaining days. It, it was her unquenchable passion, so alike to that of my beloved, which did spur me into flight. And for mine own part, I would countenance no longer the hands of evil men to use my brood brother's eye for ill.
So you do distinguish between those who acknowledge and repent their sins and those who perpetuate them. Interesting.
Interesting.
It seems to me that you have not, in fact, lost faith in mankind as a whole. Rather, you weigh our respective merits by how we allow the past to influence our future.
Spare me thine idle sophistry. Even were there a mote of truth in thy reasoning, what of it? Wouldst thou have me slay mine own sibling to save a city of mortals?
Should we suffer ties of blood to bind our hands, then? Nay, if the crime is one of unconscionable evil, we must needs condemn it, even should the transgressor be our closest kin. When my father corrupted himself and his followers with the power of a primal, I beseeched the warrior of light to slay him, an act alike to patricide. That he did not die by my hand matters little. If anything, it heaps greater disgrace upon my name. But had my father not fallen, he would have drawn countless thousands into a holy war of hellish proportions, which I hold the greater crime. Thus did I order his execution, sparing the lives of my people and yours. Alas, your brother Worm now prepares to murder those whom I sought to spare. What is more, he has taken my comrade's body for his own. But if I must slay my dearest friend to defeat my direst foe, I will not flinch from my duty.
Thou wouldst strike thy friend, and by example of thy righteousness persuade me to break mine oath and kill my kindred. Oh, there we go. There we go. Heed me, my child. The servants on Hydalim envision a different outcome. They intend salvation not only for Ishgard, but for the doomed Dragon Slayer as well. Believest thou this shade to be Nidhogg returned? Is it not merely a manifestation of his vengeance, the shadow cast by thy brood brother's rage? I would not command thee, but ponder well thy course, lest it lead thee unto greater remorse. While this shade of vengeance remains, the future will ever be certain. Help us save our companion. Nidhogg's transformation into rage incarnate is, in part, of mine own doing. I rendered unto him mine eye, and empowered his revenge thereby. But 'tis the purity of my brood brother's wrath that lendeth him his all-surpassing might. Hast thou the strength of will to stand against so terrible a shadow? I wonder. Would seem I must put thee and thy companions to the proof. I shall await thee in the ruins wherein Ratatoskr once dwelled. Heed well the words of my children, and hasten thee to the place of thy trial. Morgan. I believe I spied a wyvern landing just outside the palace. It is doubtless one of the children of whom Hresvelgar spoke. Come, my friends, let us not keep our escort waiting. My broodmates and I will bear you to the place of your trial. Make your preparations. Ba-da-bum, ba-bum. Body. See that? But lost arc. Sword Accolon is triggered. What sword Accolon? Alright, let's do that.
I guess tradition.
Sun gets jealous of me. The Bruja was saved, but it all went horribly wrong. Then, sorry. Nice. 4 ways to upgrade your iced coffee with real coffee. We got PewDiePie. Best of TikTok trying Devin never watched the Zeppla video as well about hackers. I hope it's not for like regular add-ons that like just make like their quality of life like the ones I'm using. That's not a cheat, but it's like I know they're targeting add-ons and shit. Alright, let's finish this. Which one's cardio? Oh. Yep. Oh, fuck you too then. Oh. Okay. As far as you go, Femina, you and your ridiculous name. This name won't make it past me, Koopa. Good kill, Mario. Good kill, Mario. Mhm. Easy. Rest. Cinema time. Oh, the Midgard music. Oh, oh, honey. My pillow fucking. That was close. I didn't expect my AoE to not reach though. Those two. Da-da-dee. Nice. Holy, very nice. Even bereft of nine, my brute brother was a fearsome foe indeed. But having tasted thy strength firsthand, I do begin to see how thou didst bring him low. Idlin chooseth her servants well. Very well. I shall trust in the seed of men one last time. By the deeds shall the flickering hope that lingereth yet within my heart be kindled anew, or extinguished forever.
Your trial is ended as well, then?
Mine was brutal beyond reckoning. Verdfalnir seems ill-acquainted with the notion of mock battles.
I was fighting with Daphne. That you yet stand is ready proof of your determination, mortals. Let us fight as allies then, and together banish my brute brother's vengeful shade. On my oath, the wrath that once was Nidhogg shall meet its end. This I swear on the memory of my beloved Shiva, and on the soul of lost Yzael. Trial. Oh, my poor ribs. Rasvelgar saw fit to pair me with Vidofnir, but her ferocity was such that I began to wonder if I hadn't simply imagined her injury. Yet my trial pales into insignificance next to yours. How fared you in your duel with Rasvelgar? I take from this that your battle was rather more involved than my own. Vedrfolnir seemed largely concerned with how long he could keep me rolling in the dust. Between dodging snapping fangs and slashing claws, I scarce had time to aim a bow. Had he truly meant to harm me, of course I would not be standing here now. Plainly his intent was to teach. His onslaught forced me to recall my training, about the speed of the dragon, his balance, his blind spots. It was, in short, a very thorough lesson. Ow, Kupo. Filmina, let me begin by congratulating you on the completion of your trial. For one with a name more befitting a jester, you fight with the savagery of a rabid demon. I love this guy. Do you see how my wings are kinked? Even my palm aches. After this drubbing, I fear my loyal subjects will have to bear the load of my personal chores for quite some time, Kupo. Possibly indefinitely. when I told you about Femina trial, I didn't mean for the rest of us to suffer. That's triple shifts for you, Moghan. Splutter, triple? But that's not fair. There's no just in Scoopo. Not at all. Oh, I love these idiots. The comic relief of these guys is great.
Our negotiations proved rather more strenuous than I had anticipated,
Oh,
but the
God.
results seem well worth the effort.
Yep.
The battle was indeed hard won. Thank you, my friends. I would never have earned Hraesvelga's cooperation had you not seen fit to grant me yours. 'Twas your stalwart heroism that moved the heart of the Great Worm at the last.
Yes, yes.
Any gratitude I can offer is but poor reward for your continued service to Ishgard.
None needed.
'Twould seem our final reckoning with the dread worm is at hand. I only wish we had some inkling as to when he means to strike.
Right about now.
Oh, gods.
Just had to open your mouth.
The cry heraldeth his coming. Nidhogg's shade hath taken wing.
It has begun. We must away to Ishgard.
An end to the song. Ishgard will not last long against Nidhogg and his horde. We must away. Know you then what this roar portendeth.
Aye. I must return to my city without delay.
Then we shall lend you our wings. Let us meet with Nidhogg on the field of battle, and together bring an end to his wrathful song. It's not Song of Oblivion, am I right? The Dothnir and the other guy. And thus the Dragon Riders were born. The new class of Final Fantasy. Honestly, Dragoon should get something like a dragon riding ability. As if your shield would help. Damn,
Remember
Lucia.
your training. We hold fast until the Lord Commander returns.
Nice block. God damn.
We must hold.
Damn, Lucia. That's 3 already. Nice. Good blocks.
Reinforcements! By the Fury. That one is the size of Nidhogg.
That's a good thing.
Lord Commander!
What's up?
You are late, Warrior of Light.
I was busy. AoE heal everyone.
Watan and by in.
One sec. Wherefore standest thou with these vermin, brother? Abandon this war, shade. The suffering thou sowest serveth no end. The traitor's progeny have learned of their forefathers' betrayal, and seek now to make amends with our kind. Never shall our grief be assuaged, nor our loss forgotten, but reconciliation may yet halt the spread of this plague of enmity. Forsake thy vengeance and be at peace. What soft-headed rambling are these? Thy dalliance with that vile maid hath robbed thee of thy wits. Mayhap her cloying perfume hath made thee forget the stench of our brute sister's lifeblood. Thou darest speak thus of my beloved. Ah, so the flames of rage may yet. Let me start over. Ah, so the flames of rage may yet be kindled. I feared thy heart's fire had long since gone out, but waste not thy fury on words, brother. Thou shalt have need of it for the battle, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Resvelga is the oldest, right? Eldest? Well, I guess technically most of them are the same age. Okay. Come on. Could have seen that coming from a mile away. Shit. Okay. Thou art weak, Resvelgar. Thou art weak, Resvelgar. A slithering worm who fawneth on the vermin should rightly be his prey. For 1,000 years have I fought without cease, and thou didst think to prevail against me. Glory not in thy victory shade. The battle is not yet won. My power and my hope have I entrusted to another. Thine eye, what hast thou done? Fool, thou wouldst trust a mortal with thy strength. Oh, nice song. There we go, it's Children of the Land. Oh, I know thee. 'Twas thou who didst intrude upon my lair and best the half of me. But now I am whole, and naught in creation shall deny me my vengeance. Oh, there we go. Oh. Oh. There are three in a cut. Because there are no Lalas party. Jesus Christ, this black mage doesn't care about mechanics. He's like, no, I'll stand in it, fuck it. Ah, fuck! That's some bullshit. Yay! Accommodations. Doing once from the warrior that stayed. Not even tired. Here it is.
Is this to be mine end? Nay, I will not allow it. I am of the first brood. I am vengeance incarnate. I am Nidhogg!
Why doesn't Midgardson want to talk to him?
This is not your handworm!
Thou wilt obey!
I would ask one last favor of you, Warrior of Light. Finish me, now, while I have the beast subdued!
Can do something else instead.
You waste your time. Kill me! It is the only way! Ending Nidhogg will be my final duty!
No! You can't die like this! I won't let you!
Arthas, don't go. I'm not crying, you're crying. Stop it.
The eyes! Cast them into the abyss!
I feel like you should have thrown it to different sides. Whatever. At the bare minimum, you know, keep them far apart. Somewhat far apart.
He lives. Ah, Estinian, my ill-fated friend. Lucia, summon the healers. I want them ready to receive him.
At once, Lord Commander.
No need for fucking formalities, just do it. Ain't nobody got time.
Allow me to do this much, at least.
The Horde has sensed the fall of their master and scattered to the winds.
You have my gratitude, Hraesvelga. Your deeds this day have saved a great many lives.
Then our alliance hath served its purpose. Thou didst wield the power granted thee well. 'Twas thine own skill and not mine eye which earned thee victory. Give him his eye back, yo. I'll take your eye back, man. I don't want that gooey shit. I wish thy companion a swift recovery. Fare you well, children of men.
The battle is won. We can do no more for Estinian now than bear him home and wish him well, even as Hraesvelga did. The rest we must trust to the hands of the healers and the grace of the gods.
Yep. Ah. Wait. Wait a second. Warrior of Light, is that you? Bro. Tell me this isn't the Warrior of Light. Look at this guy. Bro, this is the Warrior of Light from the cinematic. Plus 2 scars, but whatever. Alright, there's Alfie. Alright. Finish this. Through the haze of pain I swear I sensed, but no, the past is done, and we must look to the future. At long last Nidhogg is gone, his foul spirit cast out once and for all. I only pray that Estinian survives the ordeal. Your battle with Nidhogg's Shade will beget many an epic ballad, Philmina, and rightly so. It was, without a doubt, one of your more epochal victories, though I must admit that I took greater joy in seeing you emerge from the experience unscathed. And not only for your own sake. Had you not been there to aid me, those infernal eyes would still be fused to Estinian's mail. Yet even with Nidhogg gone, I cannot help but wonder how much of our friend remains. Let us pay a visit to Lucia and beg news of his condition. Filmina, Masrafina, my honored friends, as if winning her as Velgar to our cause were not enough, you took it upon yourselves to rid us of his brood brother. I know not how to thank you. Money. My own contribution was hardly noteworthy. The true saviors of the day were Filmina and Estinian. One triumphed over Nidhogg's Shade through strength of arms, and the other through strength of will. And speaking of Estinian, what news of his recovery? The Azure Dragoon was conveyed to the infirmary, where he now resides under the care of our hospitalier captain. I'm told he has yet to regain consciousness. But as you know, Estinian's mind and body were held hostage for many days. We must be patient and allow the process of healing to begin. In the meantime, you would do well to rest and recover from your own ordeals. But surely, Sir Emeric is never long from Estinian's bedside, and will send word the moment there are any developments. Now, if I have satisfied your concerns, I believe Lord Edmund and his sons are more eager to celebrate your return. Very well, First Commander. Come, Filmina. It would seem that we are awaited at Fort Tom Manor. Is this the Alizé part? God, that feels so good. Yes. Nope, it's not the Alizé part.
The heroes of the hour return.
We but did our duty, my lord. It was the memories of fallen friends and not our heroism which saw us through at the last.
And both? Give credit where credit is due, boy.
I gave every ounce of my strength, but mine efforts would have counted for naught had the Warrior of Light not arrived to challenge the Great Worm. As a sworn knight of Ishgard, I had hoped to do more for my city.
Well, we cannot all be heroes, dear brother. Let us put away our pride for a moment and revel in the valiant deeds of our comrade. For your sterling service to Ishgard, we salute you. And while we're on the subject of valiant deeds, I believe I myself have earned some small measure of recognition. Under my watchful command, the ballistas of the Outer Ward struck down a veritable swarm of Dravanian invaders.
My lord's command was certainly watchful. He bravely watched as the siege crews took aim, and continued to watch as countless wyverns met their end. Indeed, the ward's defenders proved so well drilled that my lord had little occasion to stop watching.
Basically. Yeah, so he's still useless. Got it.
There will be time enough to determine who is most deserving of recognition later.
Our friends are doubtless weary from their exertions. I had chambers prepared in expectation of your return. You are welcome to retire at your leisure.
I am most grateful for your hospitality, my lord, but I believe I shall pay a visit to the Temple Knight's infirmary. Pray excuse me.
But I wanna see him. Why only Amory gets to see him, huh? I wanna see him
Our
too.
Master Alphino has grown. The plight of his stricken brother-in-arms pains him more than his own hurts. In which respect he has come to resemble you, Warrior of Light. Go then, visit the Azure Dragoon, and grant him what comfort you may.
No, I don't mind taking a bed. I'll see when I see him. It's not like he's going anywhere, right? Still frozen stiff. Let me know, my friend. What can I do for the savior of Ishgard? What can you do, really? What indeed, Sir Amaric? What indeed? Shall we discuss my payment now? I am kinda low on gil. It's so cold! Sarah of Ishgard, you sick, Master Alfino? He came to relieve me of my vigil a short while ago. When he begged to sit the Stinian side, I could not well refuse him. Though he would sooner feign than admit it, the boy must be exhausted by Hrasvelgar's trial and all that followed. Estinian is blessed to have such devoted comrades. Hey, can I see him? Oh, this is the... okay. This is that thing, I guess. My own friendship with Estinian began some 10 years past, shortly after we joined the Temple Knights. I learned his name soon enough, but Estinian barely registered my existence. I was less a fellow recruit and more a shadow which occasionally darkened his path. And so I might have remained, had fate not seen fit to intervene. While out on patrol, our company was set upon by a dragon, and we were the only two to survive. The experience forged a bond between us, as such life-threatening situations are wont to do. Despite our friendship, he remained an intense and solitary youth, wholly obsessed with claiming vengeance against Nidhogg. Revenge was ever at the forefront of his mind, revenge for the death of his parents and revenge for his younger brother. I would venture that in Alfino he sees something of his lost sibling, and in the ungentle chidings of Estinian, Alfino has found the elder brother he never had. Truth be told, Estinian's tactless observations have saved me from disaster more than once, and I can well understand Alfinod's affection for him. He is a friend for whom I would gladly... Lord Commander, your presence required in the infirmary. Is he... Tell them I am on my way. Come on, click. Come out! Nope. Quickly, Filmina, we must go to him. On proceeding to the infirmary, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Proceed? No, I gotta pee, man. Give me a fucking second. And also gonna make some food. Oh, not like food, but like a snack, you know. A sandwich or some shit. Oh, Lee, that was cold. I shall be right back. Okay. Made myself a sandwich, aka hamburger. There it is. There it is. Yeah. Alright. 2 patties, cheese, and ketchup. Who needs vegetables when you got ketchup? Okay, I'm turning off my mic while I'm listening to this and eating.
Estinian.
Cease your mewling, boy. It grates my ears.
Forgive me. When I saw you awaken, I could not... It was such a relief. We feared you might never wake up.
Now, Estinian. If Master Alphino thought any less of you, you would still be Nidhogg's plaything. Or dead. Aye, 'twas but a jest. I thank you, Alphino. And you too, Warrior of Light. Quite how you managed to persuade Hraesvogr to aid in his brood brother's downfall I cannot imagine. But full glad am I that you did. Yet again, you have achieved the impossible. I, for my part, owe you an apology. When last we met, I did willingly loose an arrow at your heart. Can you forgive me? There is naught to forgive, Emmerich. You but acted in defense of Ishgard as is your duty. Were you any less single-minded about it, I would not follow you into battle, nor trust you at my back. Besides, I had come to the selfsame conclusion, that I would have to perish for Nidhogg to be stopped. So let us dispense with the hand-wringing. I have heard enough mewling for one day.
Oh!
The tendrils of Nidhogg's foul presence bound up every fiber of my being, usurping my senses, but I yet retained some trace of awareness. The worm's mind was as a vast and tumultuous sea. Endlessly its black waters churned, his grief and despair at Ratatoska's murder never calming, never receding. Driven by this surging current came wave upon wave of unrelenting rancor. It was the very image of my own heart. There I saw the dark reflection of the hatred I felt after Nidhogg slew my family, when no path remained save vengeance against dragonkind. Neither one of us had a choice. But I was blessed with something Nidhogg was not. Comrades and teachers to console and admonish me. Had I not had them to gainsay my obsession, it would surely have consumed me as Nidhogg's did him, and we would have been in all respects alike. Though his shade is banished, his spirit scattered upon the sea of clouds.
I feel no joy at his passing. Where once I craved vengeance, I now crave rest. Lord Commander, my hunt is at an end. I would lay down the mantle of Azure Dragoon. My friend.
He has tired himself with too many words. I doubt not that he will make a full recovery, but he must be allowed some few days of quiet.
Damn.
I too must see my path to its end. Sleep well, my friend.
Well, motherfucker, you earned it. Alright, now is the dinner party. Or not yet. Oh.
Following the battle with Nidhogg on the Steps of Faith, Sir Emeric called an assembly that he might make his final proclamation as acting head of state. 'Twas there, with one decree, that the 1,000-year rule of the archbishops was ended, paving the way for a new republic.
Oh, so they became a republican? Interesting.
The governance of Ishgard would now be placed in the hands of high and lowborn alike, their ranks represented by the newly founded House of Lords and House of Commons. Church was separated from state. The foundation for change had been carefully laid, and the reforms proposed by Ishgard's new government passed into law without incident. His duty done, Emeric de Burrell gladly stepped down from the Archbishop's dais, only to be raised unto the highest seat in the House of Lords.
They came. They came.
Though he strove at first to refuse this honor, the unexpectedly strident voice of the Count de Durandare left him little choice but to accept. And so it was that the winds of gentle revolution came to stir.
Actually is a gentle revolution, yeah. I don't think that's how it would play out in normal history. Ah, these guys.
Prominent among the many honored guests at Sir Emeric's investiture were the ambassadors of Dragonkind, a fitting symbol of Ishgard's newfound peace. The people looked on in awe as he soared through the heavens on Dragonback. And by their cheers did they hail him an Azure Dragoon for a new age.
Hey. Look who it is. That's for your Zell, I guess. Ah, he grew his wind back.
Thus were the notes of the dragon song rewritten. The din of war, giving way to a rising litany of peace and hope.
Memoirs of Count Edmund de Fortom, Heavensward. Ow. Okay. Stop playing with my gums. Okay, I'm Rick. Wanna have a dinner? I was gazing out at the sea of clouds in an all too rare moment of idleness when I chanced to behold a certain hero wandering her way towards the city on Dragonback. Come home, Filmina. Nay, it was no grave matter that moved me to greet you in person. Between you and me, I merely sought respite from the pressure of office. No sooner do I surrender my role as temporary head of state than I am burdened with a position of more permanent responsibility. I fancy that it echoes in some small measure the way you must feel when your improbable feats of heroism are rewarded with still more impossible challenges. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel, 100%. The myth which guided our society for generations lies in tatters, and am I then to be scorned for building upon the system of nobility that I once sought to tear down? And what strange jest is this that places me at its pinnacle, an archbishop's bastard at the head of the House of Lords? Hmm. But these questions are for me to answer. It is not in man's nature to change overnight. It is not in man's nature to change overnight. This I learned through painful experience, and it was this hard lesson which convinced me to take the path which we now follow. Even as we rebuild the bridge between man and dragon, so must we reimagine Ishgard, one carefully placed stone at a time. We must remember that it is not for us that we lay this grounded work, but for the men and women that our children will become. May their towers rise proudly from the fundament of our legacy. Yeah. I hear word from Captain Whitecape that Estinian has vanished from his sick room. His willfulness survives undiminished. Should you ever happen upon our unmannerly friend on your travels, pray assure him that I shall keep Ishgard safe until he deigns to come home. Will do. Thank you, Filmina, and please convey my warmest regards to Master Alfino. Mm-hmm. Sky Pirates. Astrologian. He spoke with Sir Emmerich. I do not envy him his new position. Ishgard has chosen a new road, but one littered with the detritus of 1,000 years of broken faith. Yet, though her people may stumble from time to time, I know of none better than Sir Aymeric to lead the march of progress. As for us, there remains the small matter of ushering in a new dawn in the shadow of inscrutable Asian machinations, and a seemingly endless procession of primals. But we too must walk our chosen path, no matter how treacherous the footing. In the wake of Ishgar's government reform, new airship routes have been sanctioned. You may now travel to a selection of distant locales from the landing in Ishgard. Oh, really? That's cool. Like what? Well, here we go. That evil smile, man. How are you a paladin, bro? How'd you become such an asshole? uh, that's Raktika? Thank you, blonde hairs. Blonde hairs, basically. Blonde hairs. Yeah, you need not remain there. We shall rendezvous at the usual place. Hmm. All is proceeding as expected then? There's not to concern us, aside from one overly cautious mouse. This way. Him again. It is of no moment. They will play their part, and we will play ours. And thus did grey mists give way to azure skies, men and dragon rise above, voices join in song, but beneath shrouded bows, beyond the scope of light, shadow stares. Like it was written for someone who reads at my speed. Floor the Horde. Here we go. There's the money. Mistress Nikochi, you are come at a most excellent time. An invitation from a truly preeminent personage was delivered to the manor but a short while ago. Would that you had been present to receive it, but in any event. Damn, that sneezes. Sir Emeric de Borel, Lord Speaker of the House of Lords, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and Viscount of House Borel, cordially invites Mistress Nikochi to dine with him at his estate. Whoa. You seem surprised. The messenger assured me that his lord had broached the subject with you at an earlier date, when the arrangements for the peace conference were still being finalized. Oh, yeah. Of course, the intervening moons afforded little opportunity for leisure, but with the happy advent of peace, 'tis plain the Lord Commander sees no further cause to delay. What say you? You would ask me? Well, I am sure that a personal friend of Sir Emeric, you are at liberty to wear whatever you deem appropriate. That said, when in doubt, a man of note could do far worse than an alpine coat. At least, that is what Lord Emanuelaine has been heard to say. I assume the same holds true for ladies. When you are ready, pray report to the Astrologicum. A man of House Borel shall be waiting near there to escort you the rest of the way. I ain't wearing no coat. Fuck that. Ethereum. Astrologicum. Astrologicum. Their house is, I guess it's okay. Greetings and well met, Mrs. Nikochi. I have the honor and the privilege to serve as head steward of House Borel, though admittedly our staff is somewhat smaller than those of other noble families, being countable on one hand. My lord will be overjoyed to hear that you have accepted his invitation. As you will soon see, we have spared no expense. I dare say a woman of action such as yourself enjoy nary a moment's respite. Aye, the battlefield beckons even now, I am sure. But for this day we bid you lay down your burden and raise a glass to peace and prosperity. Cheers, motherfuckers! Nom nom nom. Guy's eating vegetable. He's on that vegan diet. Mia, in the meantime, paleo diet. Paleo. Oh, never mind. He's on the
the
paleo.
Moguls would prove such harsh taskmasters. Forgive me. I did not know you had suffered so in your quest for the horn.
Moguls.
I must say, your spirited accounts always come as a welcome change from the arid reports which fill my days.
Yeah. You should join me sometimes. Yeah. What do you mean no? Drink. Oh my god. The alcoholic in me is seething. Go away. Go away. My friend doesn't drink, I don't drink, apparently. Oh, look at these drinks. Twinsies. Yes, we're having tea. with alcohol. Weird noises.
Though I have lived in these lands my entire life, to hear you speak of them, there is much and more I have yet to see. Truly, yours was a marvelous journey.
I used this one before. Wasn't all sunshine and lemon cake. I'm not gonna cry about it.
Long and arduous, aye. Not unlike the journey that Ishgard has at last embarked upon, thanks to the efforts of you and yours.
And mine.
By your deeds, you have helped us to lay the foundation for lasting reform. The formation of the Republic is but the beginning, for it is not only our system of governance which must needs change. We, the people, must learn to let go of our hatreds and rise above our bloody past.
Okay, don't yell at
I
me,
only
first
pray
of
that
all.
I live long enough to see us achieve
Don't yell at
some
me.
measure of success, that I might know the lost did not die in vain.
Relax. Okay.
I can still see you there on the steps of faith, striding fearlessly towards the worm. If you could do that, who are we to balk at the challenges ahead?
Literally slow walked into it. Like I'm about
The
to rip him a
question
new
of how
asshole.
best to strengthen ties with the other great nations of Eorzea has been debated at length in the Lords and Commons of late. As you may imagine, maintaining stability during this period of historic upheaval is our paramount concern. Nevertheless, we are greatly indebted to the Alliance for their support during the Grand Melee, and it would be remiss of us not to repay their faith in kind. Of course, we owe you the greatest debt of all, and it is my hope that in extending our support to you and the Scions, we might also express our gratitude to our neighbors, nay, our fellow Eorzeans, whom we pray you will continue to protect. The Lords and Commons agree on very little, but not a soul in either house begrudges your order this offer of patronage. For all you have done and will do, we thank you.
Oh no. Not again. Not the poison.
May I ask a personal question?
Okay. No poison.
Now that the dust has settled, what will you do? Not as a Scion, I mean, but what do you want for yourself?
What do I want from myself?
Lord Commander, pray forgive the interruption.
News from House Fulton?
An urgent message for the Warrior of Light. I was instructed to deliver it without delay. Master Thancred returned to the manor a short time ago, bearing an injured maiden. Master Leveilleur and Mistress Tataru are tending to her wounds, but they like not her chances. Respectfully, my lord, they have requested the Warrior of Light's immediate presence.
You must go to them, my friend, and I shall go with you.
Oh shit. Coming with? Alright. Moving the party to House for Tom. Bar hopping. Let's go. We be bar hopping.
For every ending marks a new beginning.
Stalking.
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn. As did she.
Papa Limo?
only to be drawn unto another battlefield, another cause, as if by fate.
Tragedy and sacrifice will rise to greet a new dawn, as did she. Promises kept. Yeah, with that. Okay, voices from the past. Here we go. I'm pretty sure it's Papa Lima. Voice from the past. Where is it? Papa Lima. From tragedy and sacrifice will rise to greet a new dawn. Yep, this is Papa Lima. So Papa Lima is narrating this part of the MSQ. Okay. I guess right. It is Papa Lima. I just keep saying welcome to the chat room. Oh, probably some bots came in, couldn't talk. Maybe, I don't know. Should I wait to like tag a message to be on the top of this? Probably not. I don't know if there's a way to make it like message be at like at the top of the screen on repeat. I guess that's why people get bots. Maybe one of the reasons. Alright, let's go. Let's greet the maiden. Mitch Jones. Wait, didn't Mitch Jones quit streaming?
Yes.
Is that
Alphino?
Alize, Alphino's twin sister.
There's two of them. One isn't enough.
She ran afoul of the Warriors of Darkness. I had been tracking them since the ceremony at Falcon's Nest. Little did I know I was not the only one. Evidently, she had learned of their activities and attempted to shadow them on her own. Poorly. I rescued her in the Twelves Wood, and together we fled north. But though I made every effort to cover our tracks, they caught up with us on the Ishgardian border. And in the ensuing struggle, Alize took an arrow to the shoulder.
At least not to the knee, so she can keep
It was only after
adventuring.
we had made good our escape that I realized it was poisoned.
Thank you for coming so quickly. And you, Sir Emmerich.
Think nothing of it. How is she?
We have done all we can for now. Although the immediate danger has passed, the poison yet lingers in her blood. We came to Eorzea together, hoping to bring salvation to the realm our grandfather gave his life to protect. But when confronted with the bitter realities of its politics and its petty powermongers, she was driven to anger and to doubt. She refused to become embroiled in what she termed Eorzea's squabbles and distance herself from the Scions. Though she remained hopeful of a brighter future, She would walk her own path. Would that it had not been so perilous. For all our differences, she's as dedicated as any scion to the salvation of Eorzea. But more than that, she is my sister. To be reunited with her, only to lose her forever. Gods, even to speak the words.
Take heart, Master Alphino. She will be attended by our most skilled chirurgeons.
Chirurgeon. Buddy, let me change to Sage. As soon as that shit.
Apprise Captain Whitecape of the situation and inform him that she is to be treated as my personal charge.
Wait, don't go. Please, come closer.
How do you know she's calling me? Why not everyone just come closer?
The warriors of darkness are in league with the Ascients. Slaughtering the primals is but the first step in their plan. They make for Zelvatol to bring about Garuda's summoning and to kill her. You must stop them.
They gathering her ether?
I shall inform the others at once.
Master Thancred, I would ask that you accompany Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary. Your knowledge of her injuries may well prove useful in determining her treatment.
Of course.
Why'd you come to Forton Manor, though? Why don't you just go to the infirmary, you fucking dimwit, man? Surely they won't let her. Yes, I know. We must trust in Captain Whitecape and his chirurgeons. Did they not bring Estinian back from the very brink of death? I am uncomfortably reminded of how he mocked me for praying at his bedside for days on end. What say, my friend? Shall we turn our attention to a matter whose conclusion we yet have the power to influence? 500? Give me a break. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Is this the one? Oh, it has to be the one. So the warriors of darkness and the Ascients are conspiring to bring about Garuda's summoning, that they might put her to the sword. Then, when we first encountered them in Loth Astgnath, when they were confronting Ravana, gods, has this been their aim all along? What do you intend to do, Master Alphino? There is much and more I do not understand, but I know this: a primal summoning cannot be ignored. Alize risked her life to uncover this plot, and we squander her gift at our peril. Philmina, will you accompany me to Zelfatol and help me stop the Ixal's ritual? Could we use some help? No? Given that Ishgard shares a border with the Ixali homeland, we have a vested interest in the outcome of this ritual. We have been willing to suffer the Beastman's intrusions into Korthas lands to a point, but the summoning of a primal is an escalation we cannot abide. We shall have our fastest airship, Master Alphino. The mountains of Zelfatol are not easily traversed, and this endeavor demands all haste. The gesture is most appreciated, Sir Aymeric, but I fear an aerial approach is destined to fail. This is their homeland after all, and Ixal dirigibles are not to be underestimated. Now, experience tell me the only conceivable approach is by land. I believe it would be wiser to cross into Zelfatol by way of the mountain pass east of Camp Dragonhead. In that case, I shall send instructions for a contingent of the camp's knights to be placed at your disposal. They will secure you safe passage through the mountains and escort you thence to Zelfatol. Though my men are unqualified to confront the primal, they are more than capable of contending with the exile. We should be glad of their assistance, Lord Edmund. In the event Mistress Alize regains consciousness, we will share with you any additional information she may provide. May the Fury watch over and keep you safe. Then let us be off. We can procure any additional supplies we require in Camp Dragonhead. Can we though? Camp Dragonhead have summoning bells? Huh? I didn't think so. Camp Dragonhead. But I can fly here, so that's good. Have you everything you require then? Excellent. The entrance to the pass is north of Natalan and due east of Camp Dragonhead. Though it is normally guarded by a score of Ixali warriors, I have been informed that Housefort Tom knights have already dispatched them. The enemy's gate lies open. We need but walk through. Shadows of the First, huh? What a quest name. What a quest name. Mistress Nikochi, Master Alfino, as you can see, the gate is ours. Be advised that our scouts are reporting increased activity around the first mountain. Simply put, they are up to something and don't want anyone interfering. We stand by ready to escort you to Zelfatol and aid you as you see fit. Given the numbers we're like to encounter, a two-pronged approach may be best. While the knights and I feign a larger attack to draw the exiles' attention, I suggest you and yours attempt to slip past their defenses and locate the site of the summoning ritual. If the gods are good, you should only have to deal with some few patrols, but if they are not, you may be forced to do battle with the warriors of darkness. Alphatol? Oh, is that dungeon? What is this? A dungeon? Oh, okay, alright, no problem. There we go, instant Q, baby. And that's what I'm talking about. Hail to the yeah. Hey, oh, okay, I know what this is. Okay. Ah. Oh. I like that X. It's from Alexander. Oh. So that would be cool if it killed me. So cool. Standing on it on purpose. There's no way he's not. Asshole. I should just let him die, to be honest. Piece of shit. Piece of shit. Wait, are we all cat people? No, we have a bunny. Is he a bunny too? No, he's a cat, okay. How does that sound? God damn. People. What are you doing? That works, I guess. Hey. You gotta... Sometimes you gotta guide people, sometimes you just gotta force their hands. Easiest healing of my life. Minus that one guy, the first boss. Well, both of them, but whatever. For one guy I had instant fine. Second one, stupid ass smile. They all left. Alright. Fine. Yeah, I got a clear accommodation. Nice. What's going on over here? Where's the darkness, right?
Thank the gods! What happened?
You know, same old.
So they were unable to see the ritual to its completion. Then Garuda is no longer a threat, and whatever the Ascians and the Warriors of Darkness were planning has come to naught. But we should not tarry. The knights have secured our path to safety.
Well, well. What do we have here? You'd better not have killed the primal without us.
Orianji! Now you guys are 6, you're kind of trying to make a trial group? A trial static?
You!
Wait, I know you. Still walking, I see. I could have sworn my aim was true.
Why are you such a bitch? You guys supposed to be good guys, kinda? Ish?
Just what is your game? Leading us a long way so these fools could step in and claim our prize?
Now, let's not make hasty accusations. By the look of things, the ritual was proceeding as planned. We arrived at the appointed hour. 'Twas they who erred.
It is hopeless. We cannot face them all.
Do mine ears deceive? A boy! So that's the way of it. Twins! You had me worried for a moment there. Know that I will happily make it quicker for you, if you just stand still.
Enough, Jarumal. We wouldn't want to upset the man in white with any unnecessary bloodshed now, would we?
Sure. The
You've been
man in
awfully
white.
busy since we were kind enough to spare your lives.
Really? I don't know, it was kinda close.
While you were idly consorting with the Ascians, you mean? 7 hells! What could you possibly hope to achieve?
Should I explain it to you? Very well. Consider it a reward of sorts for beating us here. You know the tale of Hydaelyn and Zodiac, I take it? Of the Great Sundering, and the reflections it created?
Yeah.
Across 10 and 3 they were divided. Reflections of the source, each possessed of shards of light and dark.
Not exactly.
Just so. One of those reflections, the one nearest to the source, is our home. And we were the heroes blessed with her light. But not all worlds hold light and dark in equal measure. In ours, the power of light was greater by far.
Because you guys killed all the darkness. Your fault. Stupid.
So the Ascians, who once threatened our home, were no match. And they fell before us, one after another, till none were left. Victory, we thought. And then came the light. A flood of pure, blinding radiance, annihilating shadow and color and life itself. Ere long, it will consume our world, leaving naught in its wake but blank perfection.
That cannot be. Do you honestly expect us to believe such a story?
Believe what you like. But it has happened before, on a world far removed from ours. The 13th, which was swallowed by the dark and transformed into what you call the Void.
Yeah.
Unchallenged light would condemn us to a similar fate. And so we joined hands with our former enemies, and with their aid came here, to the source. For there is but one way to restore the balance and save our home. Diada. Calamitous destruction with the power to break down the barriers between planes and see our worlds rejoined.
Okay. I guess that's why they're doing it. And the lie, though. Ooh. Not how it works, buddy.
You would doom our world to save your own? What would even become of us? Of you?
Enough. I tire of talking.
Obviously, because you're not a bad guy, but you have no choice, huh?
You know our cause. You know what is at stake. We are prepared to do whatever it takes. Are you?
Of course.
If there is aught you would say, say it. Otherwise, begone. You have no friends here.
Oh, Alfie, you blind motherfucker. All things considered, we should be grateful to have survived that encounter. Do you think it could be true that to save their world they must bring ruin to ours? No, it matters not. Such wanton destruction is beyond justification. Whatever the reasons, they must be stopped. The sacrifice, the loss, it ends here. Forgive me, this is neither the time nor the place for idle introspection. The knights can apprise Lord Edmund of our success, and we the Lord Commander. More importantly, I should like to see if my sister's condition has improved. You may take a moment for yourself if you wish. I will be at the congregation. It brings me joy to see you safely return to us, Filmina. What news from Zelfatol? The timeline's a bit messed up with what's called with the first, I guess. Then we were not too late. On behalf of Ishgard, I offer you my deepest thanks. As for we who remained behind, Mistress Ishtola has been tending to Mistress Alize in your absence, and I am pleased to report that she has regained consciousness. I imagine you have many questions, especially given your recent encounter with the Warriors of Darkness. I know I do. Come, let me show you to her room. Do not worry, her condition is much improved. She is a resilient one, much like her brother. Hmm.
Alize, how are you feeling?
Well enough, brother. Thanks to the kindness of our hosts.
Yeah, That's the
They told me you had
same voice
departed for
actor.
Zelfatol while I was still abed. I slept much better knowing that. Thank you.
I take it your mission was a success.
As if we needed any further confirmation that they are in league with the Ascians. But to save another world? I think not.
I too thought his story fanciful at first. But it is possible there may be a kernel of truth in all of this. At the very least, none of his claims contradict the word's account.
That's true.
You were following these people, Alice. Why?
During my travels, I had oft enjoyed tales of the Scions and their exploits. But after a time, I began to hear whispers of a gifted and theretofore unknown band of adventurers. Adventurers who had supposedly sworn to travel the realm slaying primals in the Scion's stead.
The Warriors of Darkness. And in the course of investigating these rumors, you stumbled upon the Ascians' involvement.
Yes, exactly.
Not Oriange,
Forgive
though.
me, but if these Warriors of Darkness mean to bring about another calamity, to what end do they hunt primals?
To prompt an escalation. To deepen the beast tribe's feelings of helplessness and despair, and thereby drive them to summon ever more powerful gods. And lest we forget, these events do not occur in isolation. With their patron deities being slain left and right, the news of man's victory over Nidhogg must surely have sown panic in the minds of the Beastmen. 'Tis no wonder they wish to defend themselves.
Power answered with greater power, death with more death. A vicious cycle fueled by fear and hatred. I know it's like all too well.
Indeed. The Ascians sow discord and desperation, and the Warriors of Darkness reap the harvest. And so it continues. Yet that is not the extent of their ambitions. The Ascian himself observed that once the powerless realize that the old gods have failed them, they will have little recourse but to look to a new one.
We cannot let that happen.
It should come as no surprise, but Alize and I have uncovered evidence that the Ascians have been manipulating certain parties to ensure that a constant stream of crystals flows into the hands of the beast tribes. If we sever these supply lines, we should at least be able to slow the escalation.
Agreed. Kral and I shall journey to Zelfatol and learn what we can of the Ixal's source.
Then I, for my part, pledge to lead a similar investigation into the origin of the Nath supply.
Sir Emmerich?
As a member of the Eorzean Alliance, Ishgard is honor bound to play an active role in maintaining the security of the realm. You might also say that I have some personal motivation, given the Ascians' dealings with my father. However, I make no secret of the fact that my knowledge of primal beings is scant at best. As such, I should be most grateful if one of your order were to assist me.
Got it, bro.
Allow me, Sir Emmerich. I have dealt with the Nath before.
Let us consult with Oriange then. Given his dedication to the study of primal beings, I should be surprised if he could not tell us something of value.
Allow me to accompany you, brother. And before you think to refuse, know that I am not the girl I once was. I shall not be a burden. You have my word.
But Alize, you... You are more than welcome. After all, it was you who set us upon this path.
Wait a minute. I'm afraid I can't allow you to leave just yet. Not until you try on the new outfit I prepared for you.
Oh, nice. I actually like this outfit. Oh wait, the outfit for her. Damn it. Where's my outfit? Where's my gentleman attire? Would I be right in assuming that you have not spoken with my sister since memorial services? That well, seems like a lifetime ago. I should like to think we have both grown since then. You would be mistaken. Well, won't be, but technically, we have the Bahamut thing. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Still not a red major. And that makes no sense. Right then, shall we be off? Otaru never ceased to impress, though for a moment I feared she might furnish you with an identical outfit. Raised at 12, she did not. Mother and father were rather too fond of making us wear matching clothes. Remember that time at the studium when that girl of yours crept up behind me in the hall and whispered, "Oh, sister, please, she was not my Can we not have this conversation in front of the Warrior of Light?" Play a pimp! So be it, another time perhaps. It is an honor for me, and I realize we are barely acquainted, but having heard so much about you, it hardly feels that way. Ah yes, the carriage that so fortuitously arrived to spirit us away from Ul'dah after the banquet. The driver informed me that I had my sister to thank for his presence in Ul'dah. How did you know to send help? Oh, drunken brass blades are even less discreet than sober ones. Unfortunately, by the time I learned of the plot, it was too late to do anything more. Frankly, I'm still amazed Brennan managed to find you. Your garments aside, I must say that you seem different, more resolute than when we last met. You have the look of a woman who is ready to fight for the future of Eorzea. To the extent of my abilities, perhaps, but I have no delusions of grandeur, nor will I pretend to have found myself, or any such thing. I'm here today because I would regret it if I weren't, that is all. Fair enough. Let us depart for the Waking Sands then, and see if Urianger can be of assistance. Ah, shit. Here we go again. Stick with Alpino. Still got him. Still got them. Haha. Ba-da-bum. Bum. Ba-da-da. Ooh. What a hole. Whoa. Is Ironvald still here? Oh, never mind. Cinematic. Urianger, apologies for calling upon you unannounced. Why, Master Afino, would that the scholar had seen fit to grant me knowledge of thy coming. What bringeth thee and thine here this day? The Warriors of Darkness have returned. Pray allow us to explain. Boogeyman's story. I too have heard tales in recent days of primal beings rising up only to be cast down by forces unknown. Also, alas, as thou didst observe, this serveth but to spur the beast tribes to pursue their goals with redoubled fervor. We have two objectives at this time: to identify and remove the source of the beast tribe's crystals, and to take direct action to prevent any further summoning rituals from reaching completion. The second easier said than done. Of course, while we were fortunate enough to learn of the exiles' plans before they came to fruition, I should be surprised if the Warriors of Darkness, and the Essence did not have similar designs elsewhere of which we have no knowledge. Thou wert wise to come hither, for this very day did I receive tidings most troubling from across the strait of Merithor. Ogomoro stirreth. and there are whispers that the Lord of Crags neareth his return. Mere rumors, mark thou, but in light of thine own discoveries, thou canst ill afford to turn a deaf ear to their claims. Aye, we must ascertain the truth of the matter for ourselves. Let us consult with the Maelstrom forces stationed at Camp Overlook. Thank you for your counsel, Rianji. Pray inform us should you learn aught else. I shall. If I may, brother, Urianger, is there anything else you would like to say? How is it? If not, then never mind. I only ask because you're normally rather more verbose. Nothing to add? Very well. Ere we depart, I wish to make a request. The Warriors of Darkness spoke of how the Ardor had the power to break down the barriers between planes, that our world might be rejoined. I would ask that you research this for us. Being nowhere near as well read as you, I'm sure I wouldn't know where to begin. That said, I have heard tell of a promising tomb, the Garen Oracles. Mayhap you could start there. By thy leave. Camp Overlook, was it? Very well. Arnvald, are you still living in the past? Now that we need not fear reprisals, we can focus our efforts on locating the missing scions. It may be that they too are lost to us, but as long as there is hope, we must try. Okay, not bad. I know why you're here, though, Arenvald. Go to the other location already. Jesus Christ, man. Well, I guess that location is close to Alamigo. His goal joined the science for Alamigo or some shit. Oh, Star Commander. 7 hells at this rate. I'll have to appeal to Maelstrom Command for reinforcements. Whatever it is, we don't want any. Well, fancy that. Just when my kobold problems look like coming to a head, the signs of the 7th Dawn turn up, itching to pitch in. Bloody brilliant timing is what it is. Right, then, let's get to it. So our friendly neighbors in Ugamaro have got much more aggressive of late, just as you said. Matter of fact, our scout spotted one sniffing about the stores just now, likely looking to make off with an armful of crystals. Oh no. I know it is. I'll be damned if I'm about to let that happen. Lend a hand and help us search the camp for the little bugger, would you? This is gonna be sad. Our Maelstrom friends seem notably more agitated than when first we arrived. Do you happen to know why that might be? A kobold in the camp, you say? That would appear to corroborate Orianja's information. Yes, but to be so reckless as to infiltrate a Maelstrom camp and draw attention to their efforts is passing strange. Well, there will be time to think on this later. For the present, we must do everything in our power to prevent Titan summoning, and that means finding and questioning this kobold. Oh wait, I don't know if I have a client today. Let's see. Nothing yet, so maybe. Alright. Search the kobold. Koboldling. Bruh. Where you running, man? Stay back, away, far, back. I'm not a. It's no use. Pointless, hopeless, no use. Talk to me. Forgot your name. You're a cute one. No. Oh. Please don't hurt me. I only wish to talk. Yes, yes, just talk. Gah! Feel bad for him, man. So cute. The shit that's gonna happen to him, man. Oh boy. Oh man. This was a stupid plan. Stupid, stupid, stupid. But if I tell no one, then everyone will. Yeah, she found me again. What to do? What to do? What to do? I come in peace, only to talk. Speak, say, talk. So please, please do not hurt me. So this is our wily kobold infiltrator, is it? No wonder the soldiers were on edge. He could very well give one a bruised knee. Huzzah, we've got him. Fine work, scions. So little one, thought you could sneak into my camp, did you? Planning to steal my crystal, were you? No, no, no. I came to talk, to ask for help. But when your soldiers saw me, they drew their weapons and shouted, and I... Now, let us all take a deep breath and discuss this like civilized individuals. What is your name, child? Pikmin Gabu, of the 620th Order. At least I will be a Pikmin, one day. Well met, Gabu. I'm Alfino, and this is my sister Alize. Elmina, the woman who found you, is our friend, and now that you know our names, we can be friends too. Now, Commander Bloedin here thinks you want to take his crystals. Gabu? But you said you came to ask for help. Why to us and not to your own people? What happened, Gabu? Can you tell us? No one's going to hurt you, alright? Not while we are here, I promise. The Patriarch, the Patriarch is going to summon the Great Father again, and you have to stop him, beat him, fight him, stop him. Gabu's parents said they didn't want it, along with many others, but the Patriarch wouldn't listen. He was so angry, raging, fuming, angry. He said that if they didn't have iron in their hearts, they would serve as coke for the furnace, and then the guards took my parents and the others away, and I haven't seen any of them since. Coke for the furnace? Didn't want to believe it, but I have heard tales of foci fashioned from the bones of beastmen, which worshippers use in their rituals, hoping to summon more powerful incarnations of their gods. By the 12, that is sickening. No one listens to Gabu, no matter how much he cries, pleads, begs, cries. They do not listen, only talk about punishing the overdwellers and praising the Great Father. Gabu loves the Great Father, but he loves his parents too, so please help Gabu stop the Patriarch and save his parents. Commander, Advise Maelstrom Command that Titan summoning is imminent. Should the worst come to worst, we will require their support. Time being of the essence, we three will attempt to infiltrate the Cobalt stronghold, secure their crystals, and free the prisoners. Well, if you're sure, you'll forgive me if I don't seem optimistic. We'll make ready just in case. I have faith that we may yet stop the ritual. We would surely have detected the associated etheric disturbance had Titan manifested already, but I cannot speak for the prisoners. 12 have mercy, that they would even contemplate sacrificing their flesh and blood, brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers. Time is of the essence. We must see what else Gabu knows and formulate a plan without further delay. Gabu. I heard Great Father Titan loves crystals, cherishes, covets, loves them, and if we gather enough he will return. That's why the Patriarch told everyone to go forth and gather them. So I was thinking, if we take all the crystals away, maybe the Great Father won't come. Very good, Gabu. I was just thinking the same thing. Do you know where these crystals are stored? I know, I know. Oh, several spots, each defended by a different order. Gabu wanted to steal them, but he was too afraid to go alone. Yes, too afraid to go alone. But together we can take them away and hide them. Come, Gabu will lead you to the first cache. Quickly. You have them all? Good. Lead on, Gabu. This way. Time is short. If you have the crystals, we should move on to the next cache. Did you hear me, brother? Brother. Yeah, it's just that... Quite certain that Crate once Boorish Guardian seals. Someone took great pains to remove all traces, but enough remains to make out the pattern. See for yourself. I struggle to imagine kobolds traveling to Korthas to obtain crystals, much less bothering to conceal their origins. I suspect these crystals were smuggled into Vilbrand by another party, most likely a pawn of the Asians, as Tancred speculated. I don't understand. Who are the Asians? They worship Great Father Titan too? Never you mind about that. As Alize said, we do not have a lot of time. Can you lead us to the next cache, Gabu? Yes, of course. Gabu knows the way. This next one is the last and is very large, very big, very huge, very large. Though you cast about for a time, you see no sign of the crystals. Uh-oh. Already taken. Confound it. What about you, Filmina? Any luck? Nothing, but this cannot be. Gabu saw them, spotted, saw. Think, brother, think. They must have moved them, yes? The question is, where to? Why? Within Ogomoro, where they summoned Titan once before and mean to do so again. It is the only explanation. What about mother and father and the others? We have to help them. And we will, Gabu, we will. Stay calm. We still have time. They have yet to recall for the remaining crates. Yes, if they had, then they would have found the other caches empty and sounded the alarm. Nevertheless, I believe the time for stealth has passed. We must breach the Nevo navel and seize the remaining crystals. There is no other way to prevent Titan summoning. But first, give me your crystals, that I might deliver them into Commander Bloodin's custody. Dare not take them into the balls of the mountain. The crystals for me now, if you would be so kind. Thank you. I shall deliver them to Camp Overlook for safekeeping and brief Commander Bloodin on the situation. Pray go on ahead. As I recall, there's an aetherite within the Agomero mines that should deliver you to the navel. Gabu doubtless knows the way. Wait for me there. I shall rejoin you anon. Strange. I would have thought you eager to remain in the thick of the action. This is what you would prefer? Then Godspeed, brother. This way, this way. I take it this is the aetherite we seek? Right then. As soon as Alfina arrives, we go. I trust you're feeling suitably heroic. Wilmina, there's no telling what sort of resistance we'll face in there. Quickly, you clods! Briskly, swiftly, quickly! Second Order Patriarch Zada. I will not suffer any further delays. Lay down your arms and surrender. We have your crystals. There will be no summoning this day. Overdwellers? Here? But how did you... Gabu. Where are my parents, Patriarch? Where are they? Mother? Father. Poke for the furnace? You monster. How could you? We are but servants of the Lord of Crags. We are his, that he may drink of our blood and partake of our flesh, that he might draw upon the strength of his children, defend them from the tyranny of the overdwellers. No, Lizzie, not yet. I understand, Patriarch, I do. Your fear, your anger, your hate. You will do anything to protect your people, anything to deliver them from despair, whatever it takes to ensure that those who threaten you can never do so again. But in your single-minded pursuit of this objective, you have brought suffering on your own kith and kin. You have sacrificed the lives of the very people you sought to protect. But it need not be this way, Patriarch. Renounce this bloody course, cease your attempts to summon your god, and work with us together to build a lasting peace. Another peace to be abandoned the overdwellers' convenience. Oath breakers, all of you, liars, betrayers, oath breakers. You take and you take and you take, and when you have had your fill, you sue for peace. You promise that this time is the last, until you grow hungry again. And when we dare to defend ourselves, you declare that this beast tribe cannot be suffered to live, that our God drains the land of ether, and brings naught but suffering, death, destruction, suffering upon us all. I will hear no more lies from you and yours, overdweller. You have ruined your own lands, you'll not ruin ours. I said I'd come for you, and I did. I'm here. I'm here. Say something, please. Please. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Wake up. Seven hells. I'm here, here, here. Alfino, leave him to me. We must away. By the 12, how could I be so foolish? I should have known better than to let Gabu accompany us, given what we were like to find. His anguish and despair have served to birth the primal, just as surely as would the applications of the faithful. Worse, being born of such tumultuous emotion, this incarnation of Titan seems incapable of naught but violence. If we have one cause for optimism, it is that while many crystals were present, they represented but a fraction of the quantity intended for the summoning ritual, meaning the Titan must be far weaker than planned. Be that as it may, he is yet a primal, and the longer we leave him to bleed the land of ether, the stronger he will grow. And should Titan be permitted to leave Ogomoro, more lives will be lost. The Maelstrom will rally their troops, and the cycle will continue. Wilmina, you know what must be done. Will you face the Lord of Crags once more? Buddy, I got you, homie. Thank you, my friend. Aze and I will tend to Gabu. When you have finished with the primal, look for us at Camp Overlook. We will be expecting you. Oh, so I have to do naval hard, huh? Hey, no, 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 no. Please don't be there. Please, please, please don't be there. I'll log out. Shit. No. No, 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 no. No, no. Shit. Sorry, guys, wrong queue. Alright, let's see what the timer says. I probably can't queue now, can I? Yeah, 30 minutes. Jesus Christ. Okay, alright. Time to watch the videos then, I guess. Let's see. Alright. Alright. Raider gets banned and sent to jail for using add-ons.
Here we go.
Am I gonna react to this? That's a short. Probably not.
Go last ball.
It's pretty good.
Yep.
I'm clearing right now. That's both of them. He's at the.
Okay, this bait is
perimeter
actually
wall.
not too bad.
I can't target the other one.
Oh my god.
Oh, hold up.
Here we go.
Go last month.
It's pretty good.
Game Master has removed you from the duty.
Clearing right now. That's both of them. He's at the.
Okay, this bait is
perimeter
actually
wall.
not too bad.
I can't target the other one.
Oh my god. You can target
He's-
both. Oh no!
Yeah, I can't.
Oh, whoa, wait!
He just pressed tab.
Hold up, wait a minute!
Yeah, I'm clicking on pressing tab. I can't target him at all.
Hold up! Turn off my stream. I don't think I should stream this. Hold up!
Wait, what happened?
I'm in jail.
What?
He just got put in jail. I think I might be.
Yeah, I told you.
Oh shit!
Oh my god.
There he is. Bro, like, I like how he appears out of fucking nowhere. Like, I think I might be.
Yeah,
Look at that. Oh my god, advanced combat tracer? Yeah, bottom right. I see it's right.
That's good. Are they banning for ACT?
Right there. Yeah, I wasn't even paying attention. I thought that was a stream overlay for a second. So yeah, it's the add-on. So this guy got suspended for the add-on.
Really? Oh man. That's not good. Alright, let's see what Miller has to say about Blizzard.
I think if either of us is to talk about this properly, it is you, because our whole initial look into boosting, video series we did and everything, that really was from your side of things. So, Matt, boosting, the discussion is back. The problem is not solved, as it turns out.
1 second, 1 second.
Who'd have thought?
One
Who
second.
would possibly have thought?
Start over. Okay, let me see this real quick.
I think if either of us is to talk.
Although Blizzard very publicly banned boosting communities way back in January of this year, third-party communities are alive and well. In a recent Twitter post by Pancake, it is shown that many boosting communities are still in operation, matching players with groups to carry them through content for copious amounts of gold. Boosting communities on Europe, why were they not banned? Work of devs. Doc, Google. This shoots shots at Method too, but it's deserved. Willfully breaking the rules for a massive advantage deserves to be called out instead of ignored.
Talk about this properly. It is you.
The main boosting community that was focused on in this Twitter thread was Dawn, which Method are apparently very active in.
Because our whole initial look into boosting, video series we did and everything, that really was from your side of things. So, Matt, boosting, the discussion is back. The problem is not solved, as it turns out.
Who'd have thought?
Would have thunk.
Who would possibly have thought that the boosting communities who are making tons of money would have went away when Blizzard said, "Please go away.
Oh,
we will
what?
ban you if you don't do this very specific workaround." They all just kind of did the workaround. So I believe this was Pancake from earlier. I'll fire it up here. Pancake earlier was like, "Yeah, boosting communities. Why were they not banned?" It's like apparently Method were completely in there as well. I need to actually look at that document, but I mean, this is the same case. If you've been in any of the Discords, they've definitely all like got around, right? They've all went, okay, well, we'll take a break to figure out how we get around this.
Yeah.
And then they show up again going, yeah, we're just going to skirt around the letter of the law because Blizzard don't have the capacity to actually enforce the spirit of the law, which is don't be boosting, basically speaking, unless you're a guild. So,
bro, Blizzard doesn't even have the capacity to ban people who are like saying racial slurs, which in my opinion I don't really care about. They can. I'm not saying they should be saying it, but I'm saying I don't know if Blizzard should moderate it, to be honest. Like, if people are toxic, you'll find other people. Like, it's such a massive, like, there's so many people. Just / ignore people who are being racist and like move on with your life. I don't know, or like toxic or whatever. Eventually gonna have so many people on ignore, you will only meet people who are decent. I think that's an easier way than having racist people not banned, but they're censored, so you don't know if you're dealing with racists or not in the first place. I would much rather know that I'm dealing with pieces of shit then not know if I'm dealing with pieces of shit. And the only way to know that is like if they're still there, unless Blizzard was just banning them outright, which they won't because they don't have the capacity.
So I mean, I've even had a load of pings on Discord recently from announcements from these servers because I was like on them to investigate and stuff. And actually, here's the Google document. I can't open it for you now, but yeah, no action was taken against anyone in Europe as far as we're aware. This has made some of them so confident they're even actively trying to expand. For many guilds that are not breaking the rules by still partnering up.
Well, didn't they fire like 800 people from their European offices, like France or whatever? So isn't that why they're not banning anyone in Europe? Because like the devs in Europe, like the GMs in Europe, are just not there anymore.
With communities, this creates an impossible situation because a majority of buyers still go through communities, and Method taking the chance to go with the community gives them a massive advantage because of the amount of gold they can earn in a short time with almost no work from their side besides boosting.
Yeah.
So that's the fun thing. Yeah, there's 5 active community.
I honestly don't think it's that much gold for a short time. To be, if I'm completely fair, you can make more gold farming certain BOE items for the auction house, and I'm not gonna share my secret gold farming, than you can for doing what's it called? For doing boost runs. Unless you're selling like a mythic raid or what clear, then yeah, maybe. But like heroic raid clear is not worth it. Mythic plus is not worth it. Mythic plus is about 40,000, and I would say it's about 40,000 an hour. I have played World of Warcraft. Let's see, I resubbed I think 2 weeks ago. I have played maybe in total of 2 or 3 hours, and I made well over 700,000 gold right now. Right, and I'm not playing all the time. I'm literally just like playing 5 minutes, 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there. Get my BOE, boom, put in auction house, wait for a few days. Obviously, certain POEs are just you don't want to have too many of them on the auction house, but it's like I would say the only thing that goes for boosting communities is that it's a constant stream of gold rather than it's a lot of gold.
Communities who never stopped. Dawn, Oblivion, Nova, Sylvanas, and Twilight, with Method working with Dawn. So that's a case where, like, I don't really know what you do against boosting without just saying, go fuck off, all of you. We've covered in depth like how that's kind of not really going to be a problem. So
here's an easy solution to boosting. Make it so the BOEs not sell for the same currency that the token is. Make it very annoying to get a token. Actually, better yet, make it impossible to use a token to buy items. Token you can buy for gold. There are ways to get gold, but best in slot gear is not bought with gold. That would solve your problem with people paying to win in World of Warcraft. I mean, I don't know why I did this. Technically, they are paying to win, but whatever. Paying to win World of Warcraft on BOEs, doing split BOEs is fine in my opinion. But yeah, have a certain currency that you can only use in the auction house for gear, and gold is for something else, right? Any non-current item. Sorry, sneeze. As we say in Russian, when you sneeze, it's the truth. But here's what you gotta do. Any current tier item that is on the auction house will be designated to a certain currency that is you can only obtain from current you can only buy with current tier token. Once the tier is over, the tokens turn into gold. The items that were using for tokens will switch to gold. They will be sent back to the mail if they need to be switched, and then the next tier items that you can sell will be available through token or something of the sort. So make it so that whatever you can buy with a WoW token. When I say token, by the way, I mean like a Valor Seal, whatever. but the WoW token can only be transferred via gold. So anything you can make with gold, you can buy a token. But the current tier items you cannot buy with gold, you cannot sell for gold. That's it.
They need to recruit players to enforce rules like in a bad MMO anime. Almost certainly. That wouldn't make any sense, but almost certainly. They need like GMs walking around, standing, just being imposing presences. That would maybe sort it out. But yeah, exactly, Stephen. They called Blizzard's buff, or bluff, brother. Like, yeah, you're not going to do anything about it because this is such a portion of gameplay, such a portion of experience. All the positives there are just absolutely, they're solid positives, and Blizzard didn't want to get rid of them because so many players were profiting, so many players were playing because
Yo,
of it.
Matt,
So
you
much of the
gotta
WoW
do
token
something
cycling
about
was
your
going around.
mustache.
It's man, it's
His mustache is bothering me, not because of like that hole here, because like if he eats, his mustache is in the food. You gotta trim a bit, brother. You gotta get that lip trimmed.
pretty brutal. This is the end game of WoW becoming the gold selling websites themselves. Changed my mind. Caligula, that's kind of the problem.
Change
where
my mind.
you have to really that's like they'll never go to that length because they still want to have World of Warcraft have some respect. But it certainly feels like the direction they're going. But let me see. There was a tweet from Scripe I remember I thought was fairly interesting about this. Yeah, so the whole thing about like, the actual communities being, existing, what they're there for. One of the reasons they continue for a lot of Mythic players is that Mythic players need gold to play the game. The Mythic guilds need tons of gold to play the game. There's no real way around it with the current system just because
Yeah,
pulls
you
require
gotta
so
change
much.
the system.
We did a video, I can't remember how long ago it was now, but we did some calculating of, I think Dakor grabbed all of the like average prices of items across a bunch of servers, and we figured out how much it costs a Mythic Raider in terms of like gold, but also real world money. And I can't remember it specifically, but it was something to the effect of, what was it? Maybe it doubled the price of your sub sometimes if you were to go purely through WoW token. And that's a case of like you just need so much, and that's just like your all of your consumables. But as Scribe says, Method and other guilds are cornered into doing this kind of stuff when you ban the boosting communities, but you keep the insane requirements for gold and money to compete.
Yeah.
He said he doesn't blame Method here, but Blizzard need either loosen the rules up or stop people from breaking them. And he says that Blizzard were like absolutely informed about it in private. They know this is going on, but they didn't act quick enough, which then means this information is all public. And that's just, it's brutal. I mean, Nagura responded saying, how do you stop the insane gold requirements to compete? Because the costs are mostly to do with basically buying off players to trade in loot.
You know how you stop it? Aside from what I already said, change the consumable system. Food doesn't disappear on death. Elixirs don't disappear on death, which I believe they don't anyways. But like, that shit stays after death. Food lasts for an hour, flask lasts for an hour, doesn't disappear with death. Boom, problem solved. As far as the biggest consumption, I would say is the combat potions. I mean, have alchemists craft a lot more of them, in a sense, because they're consumable for combat, right? They only last like 30 seconds, I believe, some shit like that. I don't know. I don't remember what they last in WoW. I think like 15 seconds, maybe 30, maybe a minute. I don't know. I think it's 30 seconds. Either way, make it so that master alchemists don't have a chance to craft double or 5. They craft them 10 at a time, constantly. There's no such thing as a chance. You're a master alchemist. You can use this amount of material to craft this amount. That's it. Boom. You can craft 10. Rank 3, you're good. You know what you're doing. You can craft 10 at a time. Would make crafting a lot easier and would lower the price substantially.
And that's the thing where the gold requirements are just so completely insane that boosting communities they're not going to go anywhere while the demand for boosting is there. Sorry, well, the demand or the supply, either one. The supply, I guess, because it's the Mythic Raiders doing the boosts. They're the ones who need the money. And that's kind of the problem where it's like, none of this stuff went away. None of this stuff went away, and it's
No
not
one
going
thought
to
it
go
would.
away until Blizzard take a hardline stance or fix the underlying problem. That kind of pansy ass. Don't be at this. We all celebrated it fairly enough, but just that. Oh, don't be boosting. We don't like that. We have slightly changed the wording of our rules. Please no boost. So that's the awkward thing.
Guilds angry at each other.
Mostly just Scribe saying he doesn't blame Method, but like it's obvious they're cornered into doing that stuff. They're cornered into doing that stuff. Blizzard were told about this in private. They haven't responded, so all the information.
So right, Method are
working with Dawn to just boost. Just continue boosting.
So no RMT or anything, but it's basically
not that we
just...
know. Not that we know of. Just full on boosting, but they're not boosting as Method. They're boosting with Dawn. So they're kind of firing a bunch of people in to do. So if you scroll down a little bit, it should be there somewhere. But yeah, it's actually a little bit above that. Just the amount of runs that happen. There's a full clear runs, personal loot, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 17. So that is 11 runs a day on Horde side. And then 4 additional runs later on Alliance.
Method and other guilds are currently doing this kind of stuff when you ban the boosting communities but keeping the incentive requirements for gold or money to compete. I don't blame Method really here, but Blizzard either needs to loosen up the rules or stop people breaking them. Blizzard was informed about it in private, but they didn't act quick enough, so people made it public, I guess. The reason for it going public is that other guilds are at a massive disadvantage if they don't break the rules. Either way, all of this sucks and we need better systems. Yep.
And that's so many
I like Scribe.
people
Scribe is
not playing
down
the
to
game.
earth.
They are playing the game, but they're paying to play the game. They're paying to skip all this stuff. And it's so... I mean, I think everyone knows my thoughts, and it's not the way the game should be played, realistically, because you're just being boosted, you're getting a free kill, free gear. It's a perversion of what the game's about, fundamentally.
Right? I don't mean...
Yeah.
EPGP existed a long time ago.
Yeah.
It just didn't happen to be dominant.
Mm.
You then look at gold runs in Classic.
Yeah.
And the amount of people saying that they're ruining it. Stuff like that. It's like, interesting. So they sort of existed but didn't ruin it in the past. Now in the future it does. And I don't want to go all, you think you do it but you don't.
Yeah.
But a degree of this is like...
Yeah.
Motherfuckers boost.
Yeah.
If people want boosts and there is a way to sell boosts, it's going to fucking happen. And ultimately... I mean, you know what I mean.
Yeah, well,
I don't want to pull a J. Allen Bracken, everyone.
Oh, just free market principles, like, absolutely.
That's true.
That's it, but like it's quite interesting because
you're not gonna get the classic feeling.
It's only really happening now because
you weren't able to do certain things in the past. You can do them now.
Technology.
And it's also more pervasive, which makes it more culturally acceptable.
Yeah, and the whole loot culture of the game has like changed and evolved as well.
Yeah, people play for loot, not to play.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, you know what? Our motherfuckers' brains just broken. Nobody knows how to play a game for fucking intrinsic enjoyment anymore.
Yeah.
The entire industry is basically fucked, and the RPGification of every single thing into every single fucking game, combined with, I don't know, the fucking TikToks and the Twitters and the news and everything eroding people's fucking brain. And it just turns out it's all fucked because people are the common denominator, and the way that we just approach shit and deal with it is different. It's changing. I think probably getting worse. Maybe I'm just a big doomer about it all.
It's very difficult.
You know what I'm getting at, though.
It's very difficult to keep any sense of hope or what's the term for an anti-doomer? A bloomer.
A bloomer.
Yeah.
A bloomer instead of a doomer.
It's hard to not be a doomer when you think about it in those like objective terms of things are getting worse. Obviously, look, well, is there a turning point where things could get better? That's where maybe a bloomer might come from.
Look, I would say not everything is worse. I would say it's like the player base moved up. So it's like at first it was like Blizzard was here, player base was here. So all the systems that Blizzard designed were keeping the player like following what Blizzard is doing, right? But as the technology advanced and internet advanced, suddenly you have players going up, right, in speed while Blizzard's doing this. With their systems, but player base is just fucking going way up in how they deal with problems, and they become much better problem solvers with all the tools that they have now. Blizzard is just stuck here. Like it barely moved from here to here. That's it. That's what Blizzard did throughout the years. Blizzard needs to change the system according to what the players can do, right? Players are really good at problem solving. Blizzard needs to problem solve the problem solving. In my opinion, the easiest way to do it, make current tier more limited or like not accessible to gold. That's the easiest way to do it. Current tier not accessible to gold. I don't know how easy it is um, to actually code it, but it can't be that hard, right? Honestly, what you can do technically, remove all gear drops, change everything to tokens, and you can buy all the gear with tokens, which would solve a lot of the RNG problems. And gear is at that point not tradable. Every time you kill a boss, you get a token. Everyone advances at the same pace, and that's it. There's massive deficits to it. There's no like, wow, I got this finally. It's like there's no like, what do you call it? That adrenaline and that serotonin hype. But at the same time, you will avoid this problem completely. You cannot buy best in slot gear with gold. There's no reason to boost. All you need is the consumables, which either grindable, more accessible, or that's where your gold will go, right? And in that case, if you only need that much gold for the items, you won't need to boost as much and won't be as needed. Also, other players will not have as much gold as well, which would kill the inflation in the servers.
For me, it's that kind of thing of like, I feel like this is probably reversible. I feel like I don't know if people paying for boosts are happy about it. I think they're doing it because there's some like I'm trying to think of a different way to put this, like a real world allegory. But it's the idea of just I don't think people are happy to pay for boosts. I think people would be happier if they played the game.
Yeah.
But all of the games design and I guess cultural
Yeah.
design, social design, and loot design is kind of pushing them into it.
I don't know if that's what pushing them into it. It's more like it's a guarantee, I would say. A boost is a guarantee. Pushing your key to 15 on an alt, on a character, just getting, like, if you're not in a guild, getting your first key to 15 is annoying as fuck. Even if most of your runs are good, the fact that one failed run, let's say up to, let's say, +9, +10, okay, at the beginning of the season, I would say +7, you can get a +2 key, a +3 key maybe, right? Once you hit +7, most players, by far, most players who are able to do +7 will only get a +1. Beginning of the season, I mean, right? Beginning to mid, right? It's like a late season, you get like +2 on the 7s, but it's like you get +2s maybe on an 11 and most and 13 plus. It depends on the week if you get a +1 or a +2. But the problem is, you get into those +1s. Let's say from 11 to 12 to 13 to 14 to 15, you got a +1 each, right? That's 5 runs. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, right? You got a +1. Now imagine, so you need 5 rounds, so that's approximately 5 hours of your time because of forming group and all that stuff. Now you don't also know which dungeon you're gonna get. Some dungeons might be duds, and you know, if it's a dud dungeon, like the week is really shitty for a dungeon, it's gonna be harder, not worth it. It's a dungeon you hate, for whatever reason, right? Then you have the failed dungeons. So you need 5 runs of dungeons that are definitely doable. Now you need dungeons that also didn't fail. And I would say, let's say approximately you have a 25% chance to fail. So that means you need to do 2 more runs. So that's 7 hours of your time to maybe, hopefully, get a +10 to a +15 anywhere between middle to early to mid season. 7 hours. If you only have the weekend to play, I don't know if you want to spend 7 hours doing mythic pluses on repeat. But you buy a boost, it's a +15, boom, done. You play 1 hour, you paid the gold, and you're done. You're done for the week. You got your +15. And once you have your plus 15 or plus 16, whatever, you can get a plus 15 the next vault, and you can start from there instead of having to go all the way back. And this is extremely prevalent for alts. For mains, usually mains are able to push the key and whatever, and especially like at the beginning, it's fine. But once you get an alt and you gotta do those plus 15s, man, fuck this shit. I don't want to grind from 2 to 15 because I haven't played a character that has a shitty key. Now I have to grind all the way to 15. Dude, I might as well buy a boost, pay my, I don't know, what is it, well, 150, 160k gold, and fuck it. Call it a day.
Where it's like, well, would you rather have, the gear is more valuable than playing the game? So I think, like, fundamentally from the experience of this game, it is Blizzard's problem to solve, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is this like the fucking the
Gear
video
is more
game
valuable.
equivalent of, I don't know, like parts of things in Japan going loopy, so people just fucking live in a manga cafe now?
And the reason I'm saying gear is more, gear is by far more relevant than enjoyment of the game is because of how hard they made gear to get. In order to get your look, some people can do Mythic Plus for fun. Usually those guys are doing the plus 18s and plus 20s, but you know what else they're doing? They're getting their 10 Mythic plus 15 or higher done for the vault. So they're also getting their gear. If there was absolutely no gear in Mythic Plus, no one would really do it. Maybe for like a personal challenge, but like no one would really do it. That's the gist of it. Why would they?
Yeah,
I've
exactly.
fallen through the cracks.
Yeah, exactly. So like I think this is fundamentally Blizzard's problem to solve for how they want to play or how they want people to play their game. And I feel like everyone buying a boost is Blizzard's problem to solve.
Totally.
Yep.
Everyone selling a boost is also Blizzard's problem to solve because it's like you've got supply and demand, right? What they've done by trying to tell these boosting communities to, please go away, but we won't punish you in any way. Just please slightly go away because we don't have anyone to ban you because we fired all our customer support. Whoops. That's like an attack on the supply side of boosting. And they could attack that by going, okay, so all of this like heavy loot requirement, heavy gold requirement for like world first guilds and a lot of mythic guilds, we'll remove that, we'll cut that down. Which fundamentally means personal loot and the trading stuff needs to kind of go or be worked around in a way or no longer needs to be required because that's where most of their gold is going to. At the minute, it's like, not all of it, but most of it is. BOEs and stuff and crafted items are still going to be expensive. So it's like they need to sort that out in a little bit of a while. Didn't the VP of Blizzard promote boosting too? The president of Blizzard, Mikey Barr, does boosts, yeah.
Yeah, that's just because he's a World of Warcraft player and top-end guilds like him do boosts. It's how they fund a whole bunch of their, their cost of playing the game and earn gold for their players.
Yeah, so that's the thing. We're like...
He's doing that as a player.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of that thing where it is, I guess soft confirmed as a thing that's perfectly okay to do because he does it. That's kind of the way it's going to be looked at. But the supply thing needs to be addressed. Obviously, that's one way of solving the problem. The other is the demand side of things.
I would say
why are people
solve only the
boosts?
demand. The supply thing is you can't solve it really. It's like saying I want to solve people selling gold. Like you're not gonna solve it. Reduce the demand for gold. Reduce the demand for boosts. There's no demand. The supply will die on its own. All you're gonna do if you decrease the supply is you're gonna increase the demand. If you increase the demand, the suppliers that are left can just increase their prices. That's not a good fucking method.
Do they have excess gold? With how some people are RMTing for gold and using Mo token and stuff, maybe some have a load of excess gold because they're like in control of the market. So they have like, gold cap on a load of characters that have nothing to do with it, so they buy boosts instead of the going through the black market auction house, which in itself is an attack on the demand of boosting.
Yeah.
In that way. But the other thing is make progression more fun.
Yeah, totally.
It's like this is a thing where imagine it wouldn't have been a massive actually no it would because mythic boosts are pretty expensive and popular towards the end of a tier for cutting edge and stuff. So you would maybe because I know I'm thinking about it because Nagura had a tweet here and Nagura was talking about a potential problem to like the whole mythic top percentage etc being remove mythic gear as a physical item stuff, make it only cosmetic. That would be like one solution.
Like ultimates.
Yeah. Basically that, and that would be like one solution in a way.
That would be fine.
where you
I'm
wouldn't,
totally down for
people
that.
would still want a mythic.
I think I saw
go for
Nagura's
that,
stream when
but it
she
would cut
talked
out
about
all
it.
of the like amount of supply necessary there for boosters needing to go and get all that stuff. But the other thing is like just cutting out that demand by fixing gearing and fixing looting and making the game more fun, more enjoyable to play.
Yeah.
There is obviously points where you're like, it doesn't matter how fun it is, people want the social aspect of, oh, I want the title, oh, I want, I want cutting edge.
Yeah.
I'm not going to, I'm going to buy that. But I think,
but it's going to be a lot
fundamentally,
less.
I think people would rather play the game and have the fun experience. But whatever's stopping them from doing that.
Would they?
I'm assuming that because I'm assuming people want to play the game. But
This is right.
Well, also okay. I'm not just assuming that. I'm assuming that's what Blizzard want of them as well.
True, but now we're going to get into the fucking dark side of video games.
Yeah.
Right. So take Archero.
Yeah.
Archero would not be a successful game if people played it for its intrinsic gameplay.
For sure. Yeah.
It's only successful because it provides that virtual work and it locks people into a Skinner box.
Yeah.
So I think what has sort of happened is the more that we focus on loot and all of that stuff, that's the goal. The content's just a way to get there.
Yeah.
And we have Archero's basically almost any of those mobile games where you can see the core of the toy in the game and how it could be fun, and then you just see it get completely perverted just to rinse people full of money and buy gems and shit.
Oh yeah.
Like so many of those mobile games, they do well because they have one game mode that is like decently fun, but then they just make the humongous fucking treadmill, and that's how it's monetized. People basically pay for a boost.
Yeah.
And the exact same reason why somebody will buy a chest of loot in Archero or a whole bunch of, I don't know, loot boxes full of gear in Raid Shadow Legends or something. It's it's some very similar psychology.
Yeah.
To why people will want to buy boost in World of Warcraft. There's slight
Yeah, but the
differences.
only
Maybe they
problem
feel like-
is with mobile games, don't play them for hours on end. Like you play, like you log in, you play a bit, and that's it. Like you play them on the washroom, you play them on your way to work, in the car, in the bus, on the train, maybe on your work break. It's like very small spurs. That's why they also have a stamina system in most of these games. So you actually cannot play them all day. Have a stamina. Lately, there's been lately in the last 2 years, a lot of idle games that farms for you while you're offline, but it's like that's not how a PC game is built, right? I would say a PC game is built around many fun systems, many fun encounters, and then on the side you have other stuff that might be annoying or are not necessarily have anything to do with your power. The problem with mobile games, almost everything you buy will have to do with power, not just transmogs.
Like they need that gear for a social requirement.
Now that in WoW you have all this, like all the gear locked behind content that is too hard to do, you are kind of forced to buy a boost from other players that are able to do it for you.
But that's really hard because the way that we play games is different. In 2004, we played games for their intrinsic fun. At the height of World of Warcraft in 2008, we played games for intrinsic fun.
I would not agree to that. 2008 is what? Wrath of the Lich King? Or end of TBC? 2008? No, it should be already Wrath of the Lich King, I believe. Or either beginning of Wrath of the Lich King or end of TBC. At that point, I would say most players played for gear. At that point. Classic and beginning of every expansion up until Mists was the exploration aspect. In TBC, I would say exploring the Outlands was fascinating. Classic, the exploration was fascinating. I remember diving into the water off of the Teldrassil and just swimming around Teldrassil like a maniac, trying to find secrets. That's how people found the GM on, because exploration was such a big part of it. Like you just want to learn to find some secret stuff that devs hid, which they never really did, almost ever, in the world, right? And be the first one to discover it because it was new. And Cataclysm, there was a bit more. There was a bit exploration, not more. There was a bit of exploration because people want to see what was different in the world right now, and if they maybe added something else. TBC and Wrath again was kind of cool to explore, but not as cool as Classic. And in Mists of Pandaria, I would say if they didn't add the treasures, no one would explore shit. Right? And then once everyone found the treasures and there was the what do you call it? The tooltip, whatever, like the add-on that shows you where all the treasures are and the levels and all that stuff. Exploration died that moment. Same with the WAD. WAD treasures was fun at first. For the first run through of exploration with the treasure was kind of cool, but I would say towards what do you call that zone where the middle zone, Tell something, I don't remember the name. Teldrassil, no. Anyways, Talador, I think. Yeah, I think Talador was the name of the zone where Shatrath was supposed to be. Up until that zone was some exploration. After that, I was like, fuck it, I don't care about exploration anymore. I just want to get to like max level. Even though the questing was kind of fun, once you hit max level, like that's it. Like it was over, and then after that, the treasures were just like an XP grind for you. Legion, I don't think anyone cared about exploration except for the Broken Isle, I guess maybe, but you kind of died there instantly, so that kind of went to shit right away. BFA, no one gave a shit about exploration. Shadowlands, no one really gave a shit about exploration. People just followed the treadmill. So I I highly doubt anyone, like, I'm not saying like exploration is the only fun, but it's like the more you play WoW, the less fun you have leveling. That's basically what I'm trying to say. The more years you have on WoW, the less fun you're gonna have playing it.
Still, like there was some of that loot stuff, and Marquee Dragon and all of those, the RMT stuff. Like, yeah, sure, that was all happening in MMOs. But is it any surprise that the RMT shit that appeared in early MMOs, the whole MMOs, the genre that's all about virtual work, I mean, does that not completely predict so much of mobile game monetization? For
Yes.
some of the psychological hooks.
Yeah.
So
To an
it's
extent.
like, track that forward, that's where we are now. How do you rewire people's brains to play things?
But that didn't come from MMO, that came from FIFA. MMO just adopted it, but it came from FIFA. But either way, it's the same concept.
For the intrinsic reasons, right? Because ultimately it's like, yeah, you could play the you could play some game that exists. I mean, our game is like that on purpose. It's only a thing you could ever play for intrinsic, reasons. It's like that for so many, other games that exist. But we kind of get sucked in to a lot of these live service games that are all just about providing extrinsic reasons to play the game, and that's what hooks us to those games and keeps us to those games. I think that's why it's so hard for like new games to penetrate the shooter market and so much of that, because
a shooter is a shooter is a shooter.
We're no longer
man.
Gamers playing games. We're people who have fallen in to the fucking virtual work camp of a live service, where we can, I don't know, like pay someone to get some loot smuggled in so we can get ahead in the rat race.
I would agree to an extent. The main problem with any online game is that there is always a rat race. And the problem with like games like WoW, the rat race is extremely unforgiving in the sense that it's like if you suck at, if your RNG is shit, you can be the best player in the world, but you will have to put way more time than other players to get the gear, right? I like having loot that you know that you're gonna get. Guarantee. Not necessarily immediately, but a guarantee that you can get it. I don't want to farm for the same piece for 2 months and hopefully it drops and hopefully I get the highest roll. That's not fun. Imagine your best in slot is on one of the hardest bosses of a mythic raid, and your guild only clears it twice because the first time you cleared it, was the prog. Second time you did a re-clear, but after that you start saving because, man, honestly, this boss just takes us the whole fucking night to clear. Not worth the effort. We're gonna save the progress and just get your item somewhere else. Get your item level from somewhere else, and it's just still your bestest slot. Or worst, it takes a night to kill one of the bosses. Eventually, it will be like one shot, one kill, right? You only want the drop from this one boss. It is the 9th or 8th boss of the Mythic Raid. You have to deal with 7 other fucking bosses. By the time you get there, you're already fucking drained. You kill this boss, you don't get the loot, and so you go for a month or 2 months. That's not fun. That's really not fun, especially with how difficult they make bosses. It's not difficult on a single, on like for you personally. It's difficult for Bob, how Asmongods call him, for John to not fuck it up for everyone else. That's the difficulty of the raids right now. That's not fun in my opinion. It's extremely fucking annoying, and honestly, it's not worth it. That's all it is. In my opinion, it's not worth it. You have to deal with the John and the Bob and I don't know, Kanduli and Fanduli, and you can't play how you want. You can't get the gear because Kanduli, Fanduli, John, and Bob are ruining your fucking experience because they fucking suck, or they're like, oh, they don't feel too good, or one player got sick and now you have a 19 team roster for a mythic raid clear or a progress, and now you have to wait. You have to skip that day because you can't find a fill that wants to come in for the 8th boss or 9th boss of the raid because we'll lock them for all the other fucking bosses. Fuck that shit. Give me the fucking loot. Man, that was a rant about all like rating as a whole.
I'm not saying this is like a big thing that the game devs are trying to do. I mean, okay, on mobile,
It is.
Because you know
They
many
100% are.
mobile game
100%
devs are
are.
evil as fuck and are they're not evil people, but the output of their professional careers, unfortunately, is bad for humanity, and I think it's okay to let them know that.
Yeah,
you know,
that's
so,
fine. Is what it
I
is.
find
It's
it
not gonna
ethically
change.
questionable to.
Of course.
Yeah, in the same way, it's like I find it ethically questionable to work at Facebook. It's fucking ethically questionable to be working in mobile games monetized in that
It is,
manner.
but if they didn't do it,
But
someone
all of
else would.
these things I think are kind of working in similar human psychology that then applies in an MMO.
Yeah.
And I just think about like, I mean, I'd never get a boost because
what's the point?
For me, what's the point?
Yeah.
Evidently, there are loads of people who want a boost because,
because time is money.
Maybe they get the same psychological resistance of being in a free-to-play mobile game where you reach that point in the grindiness curve after they've given you all your freebies, where at this point it's like, okay, you could grind this game for 5 hours, of course, which you have to do over a week, because of fucking energy bars and shit, or you could just buy this special epic reward chest, 40% off, buy now. And they're like, oh, I'm going to buy that so that I can get ahead in the thing.
Yeah, but here's the problem with it in MMOs. Now, Eller plays games for a living as well as the podcast, as well as working on his game. I don't know how much time he has to play. Someone who only has time to play on the weekend, has a family and all that stuff, you only have time to play on the weekend, and let's say you only have 2 hours of your day. You are not grinding that Mythic Plus. You're paying for a boost and you go in right away and you get what you need done. That's it. And like honestly, it would cost you less money to do that. Right now, tokens are 150 gold, 150k gold. Back when we went, it was 220k or some shit like that. For 20 bucks, you get 220k gold. That's one run. That's 1 hour. You make 40 bucks an hour. Fuck it, I'll buy even 2 tokens for that and save myself the time. Instead of maybe you make more. I don't know. Doesn't matter, right? And that's not how much I make. I just like, let's say I made 40 bucks an hour. I spent 220s. I'd rather I start comparing, like the hour in real life is gonna be equivalent to 2 hours of gameplay, or I don't spend the money I make in real life and I waste my whole fucking weekend trying to get a Mythic Plus going.
It's like it's the same psychology as goes on in boosting.
Yeah.
It's not accessible.
I don't think Blizzard intend for this to happen.
You know what I think they should do, honestly? have a Mythic Plus queue. Just queue in. Random Mythic Plus 10. Fuck it. Up to a certain level. From 10 to 15, like 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, anything else. Up to a plus 10, fuck it. You can queue into that shit. And if, let's say, you have a plus 2 key and you finish a plus 10 in the queue, you get a plus 10 key. Your key just turns to a plus 10, or a plus 11, sorry, because you finished it. Or some shit like that. Fuck it.
Happening to the psychology of gamers, because every game is a progression now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
vertical
obviously
progression.
there's a whole bunch of different ways you could approach
The problem
this.
is
You can
vertical
approach it from an
progression.
ethical standpoint of, well, Blizzard is a, ignoring the fact that they're Activision Blizzard King, a company that's ultimately beholden to their shareholders. If you think about Blizzard, the game development company, and all of the creative staff involved, is like, do you back creative or money? For the creative side, you would hope that they're like, okay, well, we want to make a game that people want to play. We want people to engage with the gearing loop for the fun reason, and this in the way that
Well, clearly WoW doesn't.
there's
Well,
no
and also
point
WoW
as, like,
didn't
I
need
guess,
to.
Destiny 2, for example. I'm sure
Yeah.
there's definitely boost going on there as well, but I'm sure there's no point of that. The devs think, okay, how can we earn more money out of this extrinsic reward loop for I guess they'll be looking for engagement, which they assume is fun, as opposed to monetization. Obviously, you could argue they're
But
close
not
enough.
gonna lie, Destiny 2 was
And
like
that's
really
kinda-
fun to play
okay, well,
for.
you'd
I
expect
think I played
Blizzard
for like
want
half
people
a
to
year.
play
It
the
was
game
really fun.
more naturally, because that would
One problem
align
is the
with
NPCs
what
are
game devs want
fucking
people
dog
to do.
shit, and
I'm
hackers
sure
and
if you ask
PvP
them,
was not fun.
Would you rather have people boost, or would you rather have people play the game? The answer would probably be do whatever they want, but if pushed, they'd probably say play the game naturally. So it's like you want to design a better loop for people to do that in, so they're less reliant on going the outside route. You want to make it more fun, you want to make it more deterministic, you want to make it less frustrating when you don't get gear. I think that's one of the ways they could actually solve the problem, but that would be like kind of taking a full examination of the current existing system, and that kind of falls apart when you have difficulty looped into it, because people are just fundamentally going to be like, well, I'm literally not a good enough player for heroic. And there is, in a world where there is, all the systems in the game to say, hey, here's how to improve, here's how to get better, here's ways to find guilds and find groups and find pugs that are going to help you through this and help you like improve. The boosting option will always be the shortcut, so there's nothing they can really do around that, because people want loot in their game. But they could clean up the system and make the treadmill, they could take the big shiny boost now, this will be easier route from their treadmill, and kind of make it a bit smaller and kind of make the treadmill more
I
fun
would
to do.
say any player, no matter how much he has played, whatever, can get to a point where they're doing heroic raiding. Unless like an 80-year-old grandma that never used technology and suddenly she wants to play WoW. But a player who's like, actually tries to play the game and wants to be able to do heroic raiding, I believe any player that actually wants to do heroic raiding can. In a pug. Or more correctly, even can or can't, they should be able to. That's how good the difficulty should be. Or how bad the difficulty should be. It should be that easy for everyone to, if they want to, be able to do heroic raiding in a pug environment.
Beyond, which is kind of the fundamental problem of that's a hard thing to do. But it's like that. Those are the two sides of boosting: supply and demand. Supply is a pretty easy enough solve outside of the the loot kind of problems that they're trying to solve by making personal loot more clear. And then the demand side, which is people are just going to want to boost. It's how do you make a game that's so fun people would rather play it than boost?
But then there is the problem that fun doesn't win in the industry now.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is big true. Except Elden Ring.
The best progression loop to get people tackled in, that tends to be what wins. And so I think there's everything you're saying. I think in addition to that, there's also the broader societal thing, how gaming has changed, how gamers have changed, and that thing of you could do EPGP runs in actual WoW Classic. Probably when, literally buying gold was like a massive thing. It was probably harder for Blizzard to police at the time because they didn't have as good tools.
Well, it's apparently a lot harder now because they just don't have anyone who does it for them. But yeah.
So all that was possible in 2004.
Yeah.
It was so much worse when Classic came out.
Mhm.
Now, a bit of the game has changed.
Mm.
A large part is society has changed. Gamers have changed. I feel like we're in a weird situation where, you know, you see a mount or a title that's at the end of Sylvanas or at the end of some boss fight, right? And in my head, it's like, oh, well, if I got that, that would be awesome. That would be like a real testament to the cool thing that I did. But now I think we have this attitude of that's content in the game. I want that. I want that. I want that reward. But it's like, it's a reward for doing something. And in my head, I don't want that reward if I haven't earned it.
Yeah.
But evidently, it's not like
Same.
that for a bunch of people. And that's one thing that drives boosting is wanting to get the title, the mount. The
Same.
achievement.
That's why I don't
And
buy
guess the other
items.
side of it is just the
I
gearing
never
thing.
buy items unless
I
it's
have
mugs.
a feeling the next expansion could do some good things on that, purely because it seems like gearing is going to be something that you, the player, have a good bit more control over. And perhaps if people feel like they have that control, then they don't feel like they need to get an entire, you know, fucking raid worth of loot funneled into them just to be ready to go. But perhaps a world where we were all playing more alts, but gearing was also a bit faster, a bit more liberal in a way.
A bit?
Maybe people would feel the need to boost less.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm
Yeah,
saying. It's
accessibility to gear, yeah.
Everything's changed.
Yeah, everything's changed, but I don't like super engaging with that like doomer gaming has changed mindset, even though it's real. I'll obviously engage with it for like analytics or engaging in terms of the thing. But when it comes to personally or like talking about what Blizzard should kind of do, I think that's kind of that's the lie down and die and just let the industry become that way. Whereas I think there are ways they can actually just de-incentivize boosting by making the demand for boosting lesser, by making it, like we're talking about, more deterministic, make it a little bit more fun. Fun doesn't win, but you don't want to win 100%. You want to tilt the balance.
Yeah.
It's almost like you were saying earlier about when we're talking about loot, they like 80% good, 20% bad. It's like, if it just so happens that what your changes will do will, make people less likely to boost because they're going to, get the gear better, get the gear quicker, get the gear easier, or, there's more systems in place for them to, not literally design systems, but more like social factors in place for them to get, oh, hey, I can join a group, and then they'll go and do heroic. It's kind of the case where, I'm trying to add, I'll go into a little bit, but like, even the different for ultimates because they're really hard in FF, and you have to fully clear Savage and then go to them. But for Savage difficulty, like, because that game's so different in terms of how much gear you need and that like gearing loop not being as big a part of the game, you can just join Savage groups in Party Finder, and because of how Party Finder there is operated, and how Party Finder strats are engaged and how bosses are designed, everything's a lot smoother there.
Yeah.
Where you just join a group.
Yep.
Everyone has their own part to play. Everyone plays their own part. Everyone, how we handshake at the end, like, yep, we all did great there. We got our boss down. It was fun. It was exciting. Completely different, like, game. Completely different structure. But that's like the thing of that is designed to be really easy.
I don't mind that mythic rating is not the same as savage rating, but in my opinion, normal raid is LFR, savage raid is heroic. Anything past that is cosmetics, and I think that's more than you need. You do not need 4 different difficulties. Make normal LFR, make heroic the mythic, and make mythic transmog or / ultimate or whatever. Make mythic rating, for all I care, a boss rush. That would even be cooler.
Really easy to play, and they still have boosting there 100%.
Yeah,
but it's not as pervasive as World of Warcraft, and also some of that is because they have CMs who just destroy people who are spamming for boosts. So it's like all of these different things Blizzard could do to nip this problem in the bud. There's no harm in them doing it. I think, ultimately, if they all make it positive as opposed to highly punitive, I would never say everyone who's bought a boost, ban them. I wouldn't say everyone who's boosted, ban them. I would say get people who spam, get rid of them.
Yep.
If you don't like boosting communities, hence the original post, then go harder on them and actually get rid of them because that's clearly what they kind of wanted to do, but they didn't want to do it too hard. So maybe they need another stab at that. But it is a thing. It's like
Dark Souls saying savage mounts are also 100% drop even after the tier.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah. It's all those things that just make the game a little bit nicer to play. I mean, yeah, gears, like, obviously there's no wasted gear in Savage because everything drops a coffer, which turns into whatever your job, whenever you use it.
Yep.
Stuff like that. It just kind of makes it a lot smoother, and that's not like saying that's better, but it's just a case of, yeah, casual players don't have the time, but they have the money. That's why boosters are popular.
Yeah.
Then that's a problem for Blizzard to solve. Are too many people buying their way through this game instead of playing it? Is that because it takes too long? Okay, we have to make it take less time. Then more of our audience.
I 100% agree. I
intend.
100% agree. Shit is taking too long. Therefore, you're gonna make a shortcut. That's pretty much why. If doing a mythic plus, let's say, on a boost, it will take you, let's say, to buy the boost, everything, whatever, 45 minutes to an hour, but you get it done for sure. But to push your own mythic plus key will take you also, like, let's say you can do 3 mythic plus keys in the time it takes you to do 1 boost. I would say more people will do the mythic plus. Is it possible? Hell no. Obviously it's not possible, right? But less likely people would boost because they can get the keys done, like go go go. In my opinion, if you get a queue system for certain mythic pluses, you're good to go.
And in design, this is making a lot of assumptions in their intention. Of course, they could be completely happy with this because more people enjoy the long raids than the problem they have with boosters. So that could be like a thing of they would need to weigh that internally to figure out that change. But that's the stuff of like that's kind of the kind of all I've fucking talked about every single part of this basically. There's so much to it, and it's so much it boils down to people need to enjoy playing the game more, and also get rid of RMT and WoW token. You'd also solve the problem too.
That would help with a lot.
Yep.
I think it's worth acknowledging that a lot of things have changed.
Yeah.
As World of Warcraft has aged in terms of how we view games, how games are played, how people are taught to play games, and I feel like that also is playing a really large role. Not to kind of give Blizzard loads of excuses. I feel like they ended up sleepwalking into a situation because things, attitudes, etc., even outside of their game kind of changed.
Yeah.
But undoubtedly, a lot of their own design decisions and additions of friction in their own game.
They don't need to
led
add
to
friction.
a
There's
greater
already too
demand.
much friction,
Yeah,
though. Friction is the worst thing that the devs have ever done. Like, why? It's like they're so afraid of people getting loot and then quitting that they just can't let people get loot so they can play their alts. No one has time to fully commit. Well, not no one, but it's like many people do not have time to fully commit to WoW and have multiple characters and maybe play a different game. It is impossible. Right now, barely making 2 characters relevant and playing a different game is pretty much impossible.
A greater demand for this, and also supply was enabled.
Yep.
And it's like, how could they contend with how incredibly, I mean, just the customer service angle of it, where it almost gets to be.
What are these?
I want a new
Why do I
driver
see
to
all of
take me through
like
this raid.
these things on
the
everyone's
Discord
walls?
bots and all of that stuff. And you think about Blizzard and it's, multi-billion-dollar company. Well, ultimately this will fall to a team of a few people. And in a way, it's like, what are they combating? Oh, the distributed organizational and technological output of a whole fucking community of tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people.
I mean, it's
Or
exactly
probably also
it's
just
exactly
as
the same
skillful.
as the add-on side of things.
Yeah,
where they're like, "Man, we can't beat you. You're too good. We literally can't beat you." Even the same with Mythic raid design, whereas like players are getting better. We need to make stuff harder. God, this is difficult.
Yeah,
it's that kind of thing. But just because before I forget, KW talked about earlier in chat about Elden Ring. And I think that's interesting as not like as a counterpoint, but as like a additional thing to say about, you're talking about, things have very much changed in gaming, and a lot more people are like hooked on the extrinsic side of things and the mobile style of gaming of, here's the extrinsic thing, get it at any cost, even if that's financial. there is a counterpart where Elden Ring shows that there is a substantial amount of the gaming populace. Obviously, it's like far away from the World of Warcraft side of things. It's it's the console gamers, PC gamers, those kind of people, as opposed to the MMO audience. But there is a healthy desire for that kind of no frills, fun video game exploration, adventure, all that stuff is still there. So it's not like that's all going by the wayside. It's just that the one that makes the more money and is the easier to make is the one that's naturally becoming the bigger portion of the industry, the bigger slice of the pie.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yeah. And that's the thing where there's definitely
make more money
room.
now.
Blizzard should maybe try a little bit. I would like to see that, but also they also have to make the game good at the same time. So I think they might just be a little bit overwhelmed, to be honest.
Yeah, it's hard to make games, especially big ones.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's such a fascinating topic.
But they're
I
not
think
making a big game. They
ultimately
already have a big game. Just have to maintain it properly.
Blizzard needs to work out how they can enforce the spirit of their rule.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's kind of weird because it definitely is different rules for the top guilds.
For sure.
Because
for
there's people
sure.
in the top guilds have literally admitted that was it Scribe?
Yeah, Scribe's like, yeah, we bought a load of RMT gold. Like, yep, sure.
Yeah,
no problem.
100%.
And that's
why wouldn't they?
An interesting thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally just his nuts are too big for Blizzard to ban him because they banned Scribe. You know, was it Echo at that point, or was he still Method? I think he was still Method at the time. But anyway, he banned Scribe now. Echo goes away. That's they don't want that to happen because it's part of their big Halo product that are raised to world first, and like that's just something they have to contend with, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of wild.
Alright, overall good video. Yep. Agree on most of it. I mean, everything just can work, but like, I would say just some of it is just not gonna be enough. Anyways, back to this thing. I'm hot as fuck. Portrait. Edit. Oh. Here. Character. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's the one. It's pose. Okay, it's the pose. Got it. The one where I show people my ass. It's the pose. God damn, these guys are making it really hard to hit. Oh my god, bro. Let's see if they'll help me. Where's my damage reduced though? Okay, it's just a mechanic. Oh, shit. Should just fucking kill it. Oh my god, what a run. Just kill it. Fuck it. Oh, I tried, man. I tried. What a run. Jesus Christ. No one even knew what struggles I had to go through over there. Okay. Camp Overlook. Okay, so we have this. Warriors of Darkness. There's still the whole like Alamigo thing going about to happen. Holy shit. How many quests? Thought it was close to the end. Ah, there she is. Did I not tell you she would return safe and sound? It is done then. Titans no more. Good. There has been enough tragedy this day. He has been like that since he regained consciousness. We believe he can hear us, but he has made no attempt to respond. He is almost certainly still in shock, but we cannot discount the possibility that he succumbed to the Primal's influence. Should that prove to be the case, he must be put to death, like any other thrall. Such is the Alliance's policy, yes? You have the right of it. We must not rush to conclusions. After all, we once feared that the Azael's followers were beyond reason. Many have since laid down their arms and accepted Ishgard's peace. We can but watch, wait, and pray. For now. There is naught to be gained from dwelling on an eventuality over which we have no control, much less one which may never even come to pass. Let us tend to more immediate matters, informing Commander Bloedin of Titan's demise, for example. You may be certain that he will be glad of the news. Would you be so kind as to break it to him? Yeah, buddy, not a problem. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Ah, you're a sight for sore eyes. When the others came back without you, I feared the worst, but they said you had matters well in hand. All settled then, is it? I'm glad to hear it, but not half as glad as my men will be. Believe you me. Regardless of whether or not he was summoned properly, a primal's a primal, and there ain't a soul in the maelstrom that hasn't lost a friend to one. Don't get me wrong. Like, we were all prepared to do our part, but we weren't so naive as to think we'd live to tell the tale. Thankfully, of course, it didn't come to that, which, my friend, sounds to me like cause for celebration. Now I know you lot have places to be, but why not stay the night? We'd be honored to raise a glass to the triumphant return of Titan's Bane. Oh yeah, that is one of my titles.
Who goes there? Oh, it's you. Forgive me for straying from the camp. He hasn't been feeling too welcome, to say the least. I thought a change of scenery might do him good. But, alas. It's so quiet out here. The stars spread out before us, beckoning across time and space. Dawn may banish even the darkest night. How bitterly beautiful, those words. I should be stronger for all my experiences. Yet my heart aches more than ever. I never understood why Grandfather gave his life that day. I thought that if I came here, I would find the answers I needed. But when I finally laid eyes on the land he sacrificed everything to save, saw firsthand the bickering, the pettiness, I was disappointed. I was angry. I could not fathom how these people were more deserving of his love than his family, than me. Nevertheless, I had to believe he had good reason. I was determined to uncover the whole truth of the calamity and, perhaps in so doing, find my own purpose in this sea of chaos. My travels have been enlightening, but I cannot say that I have enjoyed them. I have lost count of the many petty crises that I was helpless to resolve and of the people whose actions I could not understand. There were others, of course. Good people. People with whom I felt a kinship, whose lives I could not save. I found myself asking what it was all for. Why try if I was doomed to fail in the end? But then I recalled Grandfather's words to my father, years ago before he left Charlayan behind forever. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. We must all protect that which we hold most dear in the manner of our own choosing.
It's true. Now I just need to
We
find
have to
something to
try,
hold dear.
do we not? Of course, it's one thing to try and another to do. There were times while I was tracking the warriors of darkness when I faltered, when I was afraid. But then I thought of my brother, of Urianger. Oh, pray forgive me. This conversation has been rather one-sided,
I'm used to it.
hasn't it? Mayhap you could recount some of your adventures in Ishgard.
That's fine.
Gods! They must have been at each other's throats from dawn till dusk.
Kinda like
I dare
you
say
and
you
Alfie.
managed to keep the peace, though. Merely being in the presence of the Warrior of Light is surely enough to shame anyone into behaving. The hopes and dreams of so many rest on your shoulders, Warrior of Light. As long as the sun rises, we can but carry on. For the sake of those we hold dear.
Of those we can yet save. Hmm.
To what end dost thou cling to the tainted gifts of the Mother?
Painted gifts of
Every
the
tool
mother.
has its purpose.
Even this. Well, what is it? The seeds sown in Vilbrand have been plucked from the earth and left to wither. Alas, Titan's demise sufficed not to drive the kobolds to deepest desperation. What did the man in white have to say? That we are to proceed as he did first set forth. Well, that's easy for him to say. It's not his bloody world on the brink of destruction, is it? Be thou well reminded that with an end to Ishgard's unrest, naught now remaineth to preoccupy the Scion's thoughts. And thus may they devote their every energy to thwarting thee and thine. I foresee only greater difficulties ahead. Foresee? Are you sure you don't welcome them? I'm starting to think you might hold a candle for your old friends after all. Pray do not mistake mine intent. I but look upon the path which lieth before us with due trepidation. Shouldst thou be of like mind, pray consider then another course. For the power to invoke the ardor belongeth not unto the Ascians alone. With thine own hand strike down thine enemy, the so-called hero who would see thy home lost to light. Do but this, and thou wouldst at a single stroke disrupt the all-too delicate balance of this realm, plunging her straightways into chaos. You do realize what you're suggesting, yes? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. The words of my teacher, and a creed I hold close to my heart. Very well. Draw her out. We'll make it quick. It shall be done. What good a creed one cannot uphold? What hurts soothed? What lives saved? Oh, hapless fool, what hast thou wrought by thine own hands? Minfilia, my friends, I shall not now beg your forgiveness. Full deeply though it paineth me to walk it, I shall not stray from my chosen path. As Moonbreeder remains steadfast, so too shall I.
Fucking guy. What ho, Filmina? I trust you had a good night's rest. I was but this moment speaking with Tancred and Y'shtola via Link Pearl. They had some interesting news to share. Apparently, during the course of their respective investigations, both came across crates which had once borne Ishgardian seals. It would seem that someone in the capital has been very busy indeed. Accordingly, the Temple Knights have launched a full-scale investigation. Sir Aymeric believes that it is only a matter of time before the culprits are found, but we shall have to wait and see. In the meantime, it seems only prudent to look into the recent activities of the other tribes, in case they are too flush with Ishgardian crystals. And with that in mind, I suggest we pay Urianger another... Wait, Alizé, she was here a moment ago with Gabu. Let me guess, it's time to leave, isn't it? My apologies for disappearing again. If it is any consolation, I have already packed my things. How is he? Brother, Commander Bloodin, something tells me you are not solely here out of concern for his welfare. But to answer your question, there has been no change. He will not speak or eat. I'm not even sure if he slept. If he did, he seems none the better for it. He just shuffles about with that same expression on his face. You will look after him, won't you, Commander? Treat him with every kindness. He's still in there, I know it. Beneath the anguish and despair, he's still fighting with all of his heart. He deserves to be given that chance until he comes back to us, until we know for certain what has become of him. Aye, you need worry. If he hadn't risked his neck to warn us and help you secure the better part of the crystals, this could have turned out a damn sight worse than it did. We'll not soon forget that, and nor will Maelstrom Command. Sorry, Gabu. I truly am. Never have been made to, and I know I cannot possibly understand. Mayhap there is nothing I can do or say. The pain, the anger, the helplessness. Hold fast to the memories of better times. Remember them as they were. And when it hurts so much, your heart feels fit to burst. Let it burst. Let it burst and fill up again with your love for them, and never ever forget. Come along, little one. I I will remember them, and you, Alize. Thank you. Have faith, sister. Your words have reached him. In time he will recover. Those who orchestrate these events will be made to answer for their crimes. And Gabu is the best. A thousand times over. Aye, there will be a reckoning. A reckoning. Jesus. A whole reckoning. God damn. Oh, Waking Sense? Not a problem. Here we go again, buddy. Shit. We have heard the glad tidings from Ogomoro, my friends. By the grace of the 12 and your most valiant efforts, the people of Limsalaminsa may rest easy. I should like to think so, yes. Though we failed to prevent the Lord of Craigs from manifesting, we did succeed in weakening him, enabling our friend to dispatch him before the Warriors of Darkness could make matters worse. It was by no means an unmitigated success, but it will have to suffice. Then let us speak of another matter, one which weigheth heavy on my lady's mind. As thou didst request, I sought out the Garoon oracles, that we might better understand the aims of the Warrior of Darkness. Though their copious use of allegory defieth any single interpretation, the oracles paint a most disturbing picture, one of worlds parallel to our own, apart yet linked, reduced to ruin with every umbral calamity. 7 times have they succeeded, then of 10 and 3 only 6 worlds remain. Aye, all is as my lady Minfilia spake unto thee. As for what becometh of these reflections when they and the source are rejoined, Frail flesh undone in umbral fires, each soul surrendereth to her call, to flow unto the endless sea, there to endure as one and none. Then if the warriors of darkness succeed, everyone in the world will die. In essence, aye, the verse speaketh of the renunciation of the flesh and subsequent return to the life stream. However, this fate may yet be preferable to the alternative, for if the first were to fall to transcendent light in the manner the words of darkness describe, it would give way unto a void wherein none may know either life or death. Oh. Okay, that makes sense. Far better to die, they reason, for in death there is life, the essence of a soul which returneth unto the source may be born anew, saved. Such at least is their belief, I surmise. If that is true then, gods, no one should ever have to make such a choice. Ere we speak further on this subject, I would share with thee another recent discovery. It seems that several sizable shipments of crystals have been delivered into the hands of certain Alamigan parties. Alamegans? Strange. And you believe this to be the work of the same Ishgardian smugglers who supplied the beast tribes? I know beyond a shadow of a doubt, and lest thou wonder at their motive, I would remind you that the Ascians did once attempt to bring about the summoning of Ralgar. Eh? Oh, yeah, they did, yeah. The individuals who took receipt of these shipments are refugees belonging to a group devoted to the cause of Alamegan liberation. It may also interest thee to know that their Ishgardian suppliers appear to be none other than the remnants of Eileen Raleig's network of spies. Surely you jest, and yet it is not so surprising. Bereft of leadership and hunted by the Alliance, I can well imagine such villains being desperate enough to conspire with the Ascians, assuming they even know or care who their new employers are. All of which is irrelevant, forgive me. We must seek out the resistance group which received the crystals without delay. Filmina, Alize, will you come with me to Lil Alamigo? Yes, of course. I should like to hear what they have to say for themselves firsthand. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal. The expression she has there. Alfino, Alize, Filmina, are you three listening? Good, I have tidings. The Temple Knights raided the smuggler's warehouse less than an hour ago. A cursory interrogation of the prisoners yielded confirmation that they were in the employ of, and I hope you are sitting down, a man in black robes. Then you have them, and the crystals too? What few remained, aye. Regrettably, it would seem they dispatched one final shipment the hours before we struck. It was bound for Lil Alamigo, we are told, where it will be received by members of a local resistance group. Since Sir Amaric's men no longer have need of my services, I have a mind to head that way. And as do we. By happy coincidence, we learned of the shipments but a few moments ago. And there I was thinking I might finally be one step ahead of the Warrior of Light and her little helpers. Wait a moment, there's more, and I defy you not to be surprised by this revelation. The leader of these guardian smugglers were formerly in the employ of one Eileen Rowley, the infamous Ivy herself. Once again, Thancred, I fear I must inform you that. Thancred, with whom else have you shared this information? About the smugglers? No one. As I think I mentioned, the raid was less than an hour ago. I was planning to contact Y'shtola next, but is there someone else you would have me notify first? No, there isn't. Wonderwell has gone into her. It is twice now that we have sought Urianger's aid, and twice she has treated him as if he were a stranger. The Archon was one of Grandfather's most dedicated pupils, and spent as much time at the Levieux estate as we did. His practically a member of the family. Truth be told, I struggle to recall a day from my childhood when I did not see the three of them laughing together. If this continues, I may have to raise the matter. Later, though, a little amigo waits. Wearing a transparent underwear? Am I? I think I am. I will get to the bottom of this. Oh, forgive me. It has been a long day. Did you have something to say? Rianji? Oh, I've always struggled to understand what's going on in his head, now more than ever. Listen, Filmina, if anything should happen, it should be me who... Just know that I'm prepared to do what must be done. Right then, to more pressing matters. Since we have no idea when Thancred might arrive, I suggest we see what information we can gather in his absence. So, to review, we are reliably informed that members of the Alamigan resistance operating here have taken receipt of several large shipments of crystals, our task being to ascertain who and why. Given the size of the settlement, I find it hard to believe that anyone here could be wholly unaware of the resistance movements. The challenge, of course, will be finding individuals who are both able and willing to share such information with outsiders. It would seem sensible to divide our forces. Now, why don't you question the residents in the eastern half of town? Alize and I will do the same in the west, and afterwards we can rendezvous here to share our findings. Rendezvous? Eh? The resistance? Damned if I know. It's not as if I'd be any use to them. If you set store by all these tales of secret weapons, good luck to you, but I'm too old for the mask's bedtime stories. This is our lot and it's time to get used to it. Siegfried. Now let me guess, come to join the fight, have you? No need to deny it, friend. We are not the first to answer the Griffin's call. While he's lit a fire in every Alamigan's heart, he's also inspired more than a few Uldans to pledge themselves to the cause, and little wonder, the Garleans won't stop until we're all under the yoke. I see you there, going around asking questions, looking for the Griffin and his lot, I'll bet. Seems they're the talk of Lil Alamigo these days. Folk wondering what he's about, what he's got in store and for the Garleans, and what's under that mask of his, of course. Some say he's hardly got a face, what with all the scars. Others reckon he's been marked for death by the Empire, and that they'd send a bloody legion if they knew he was here. Your guess is as good as mine. My guess is that it's Ilbert. Or Donald Trump, but I'm pretty sure it's Ilbert. I suppose I should ask what you learned, but I think I already know. The Griffin seems to be the leader of a newly formed faction within the Resistance, the Masks. Yet despite their growing popularity, no one seems to know much about them, only that they are the most aggressively militant group to join the movement in recent memory. Indeed, many claim their commitment to the cause of Alamigan liberation is unrivaled. We can but hope their revolutionary fervor is never channeled in the direction of a primal. Though I feel confident that this is the group which received the crystal shipments, we yet lack proof. Before taking any action, I would speak with the settlement's leader to confirm my suspicions, and mayhap enlist his help while I'm about it. Given that you and Gandobald are already acquainted, mayhap it would be best if you took the lead. Shall we? Much as it pleases me to see you again, Filmin, I cannot help but wonder if I should be worried. I hear you and yours have been asking questions. Yeah? The Griffin? I know of him, as do we all. He and his mass have become a leading faction within the Resistance. Though there was suspicion at first given his secretive ways, he quickly proved himself a charismatic and capable commander. Men are drawn to his passion and his vision. They truly believe that he has what it takes to lead them to victory. Even I cannot help but admire the man for what he has accomplished, but I have not forgotten Wilred. I was blind to the danger of his ambitions, and you were not. The Griffin will soon deliver a speech to our people at the sunken temple of Karn. Go and see him with your own eyes. Weigh his words with your own heart. How convenient. It's but a pity Thancred is not here to join us. You two go on ahead. I shall stay behind and wait for him. What's that? The hell's that? Oh well. Has it begun already? I hear voices coming from within. Then where? Broken ass fucking walls that are blocking the way.
Brothers and sisters, 20 years ago, Alamigo, our home, was claimed by the Garlean Empire.
Sloppy.
In our haste to overthrow the King of Ruin, we turned a blind eye to our foes in the north. With our glorious revolution, we but laid a path for a new tyrant to succeed the old. And when confronted with our failure, we fled. Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left behind. Think of them and feel ashamed. And I know each and every one of you feels the same. We abandoned them, our own flesh and blood, to labor till their backs gave in and their breath gave out, building the twisted steel ramparts which now mar our once majestic mountains.
The cool part is the monk questline actually has to do with the imposter, with the fake Griffin.
We abandoned them, the brave and true, to fight and die for their country, or worse, to be conscripted and sent off to rob another poor bastard of his home. We abandoned them, the meek and powerless, to bow and scrape when the Garleans pass, to sully themselves that they might live to see another day of misery. The Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now. A beast, not a fraction as merciful.
Isn't he Xenos?
You all know the Eorzean Alliance will do naught to oppose him. For all their promises and platitudes, they will not act if there's no profit in it. Only we can free our brothers and sisters from the Empire's tyranny, my friends. Only we have the courage to stand and fight. They have imprisoned us. They have enslaved us. And they have murdered us. But no more! Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every drop they have spilt upon our lands. This I promise you, For we have a power within us, my friends. A power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means to unleash it, and together we shall see the Alamegan standard raised over the mountains of Gir Arbania once more!
A power befitting their pride. Not at all ominous, that.
Yeah.
Wait, is that...
What are you two doing here?
What's up?
I could ask you the same thing.
Well, this is quite the surprise.
Yeah.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I feel...
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
For it is not strength of arms that will win this...
Yeah, maybe.
But strength of heart.
What are you two doing? Okay. Maybe it's my imagination, but you seem rather more rugged and world-weary than last we spoke. Yeah, just a bit. Of all places to meet, it has to be fate. Alright, let's go. Words cannot express how glad I am to see you both alive and well. And you, though it was pretty obvious you and Philomena would be fine. The Crystal Braves never had a realistic chance of capturing any of the Scions, divided as they were and distrusted by the better part of Eorzea. But if you truly believe that, forgive me, what exactly have you two been doing all this time? Repaying a favor. After the banquet, we had no choice but to flee Ul'dah, and we would not have been able to do so without the aid of some old friends from the Resistance. That's right, they smuggled us out of the city and sheltered us in Little Alamigo, all at great risk to themselves. Obviously, we couldn't let that go unacknowledged, so we offered to help them out with their operations for a while. When we learned of the Scion's exoneration, that Lorito had severed all ties with the Crystal Braves, and that General Roban had been reinstated, we resolved to make contact, but having long since discarded our link pearls as a precautionary measure, our options were rather limited. To make matters more complicated, we were embroiled in a delicate operation at the time, leaving me with little choice but to entrust a letter to a courier. I gathered from your puzzled expression, however, that you never received it. To be honest, we thought this might happen. While the masks are happy to let the refugees spread the word within the community, they are pretty strict about communicating with outsiders. Oh, and we also heard a rumor that the Griffin doesn't want us meddling in his affairs. The Griffin mistrusts the signs of the Seventh Dawn. Yup. Curious, it is well known that we are no friends to Garlemald. One would think the men we saw beseeching all and sundry to join his cause would welcome our support. I should say that the man you saw was not in fact the Griffin, but an impersonator, and a talented rebel-rouser to boot. It would not surprise me if he were responsible for the majority of these public appearances. As you may have gathered, the Griffin is an extremely cautious and distrusting man who has made every effort to conceal his identity. Even when we participated in a raid under his direct command, we were not permitted to approach him. It's hard to know what to make of it all. The secrecy, the impersonators, the masks. What? It's not as if I'm making all of you wear one. Mine only covers half my face. It's completely different. Anyway, when we heard the Griffin was due to give a speech, we thought it might be a good opportunity to get a better sense of the man behind the for all the good it did. And now you have heard the whole of it, but tell me, what prompted you to take an interest in the Griffin? Let me tell you about Warriors of Darkness, Primal Summoning. You're not serious. I can't believe it. The Resistance would never even entertain such a ridiculous plan, but the Griffin, well, the man is an enigma. I cannot say with any confidence what he would or would not do. What I can say, however, is that the speech we heard today was not the first to make reference to a power capable of defeating the Empire. The Mess have made many such claims of late, I confess. I had assumed it to be mere bluster, but in the context of the shipments of which you spoke, it is not impossible that they are alluding to a primal. Whatever it is, we'll find out together, and if anyone tries to stop us, they'll answer to me. Indeed, that is, assuming you'll have us. If, as you suspect, the Griffin is indeed plotting to summon a primal, we must needs obtain confirmation while there is yet time to act. To that end, I propose we question his double. Given his role as the group's de facto mouthpiece, I should not be surprised if he were one of the Griffin's closest associates, and while he may not be aware of the most sensitive details, he can probably tell us the mass plans in broad strokes. Like the man who he impersonates, however, he is wary of outsiders. He will not expose himself without a suitable incentive. My plan is as follows. You and Alfina will pose as adventurers fallen on hard times, inspired by his words to take up arms for a noble cause. Gita and I, as members of the Resistance, will recount tales of your past achievements and testify as to your usefulness in the struggles ahead. With our enthusiastic assurances still ringing in his ears, he will decide to welcome you in person, and we will arrange a meeting. You will need to look the part that we might maintain the charade, until we have him cornered at least. Here, this should be enough to purchase suitable garments from Talabot, and to have him rub a respectable amount of dirt on them for good measure. Any questions? Or you think I need gil? Look at this. I probably have enough to buy 2 of you. All seems simple enough. Thank you. And with that, Filmina, let us be off. You want to buy what? I don't know what you're up to, but I want no part of it. Well, you're the ones with the guild, and seen as your friends of Papalimo, there, tunic and slops for the both of you, tailored and are treated to your tastes. Now off with you before someone sees us together. Clothes maketh the man, as they say. Right then, I will go and change, and see you at the spot Papalimo marked on our map. Slops. Well, look at us, a pair of down-at-heel adventurers seeking a chance to recapture past glories. Yes, this should suffice. And now we play the waiting. Let's play the waiting game, yeah.
My thanks, comrades. You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
But I must say, that is a nice looking kid. I want chess piece. Honestly, I want his set. Can I get this fucking cloak? Holy shit.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in arms. I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are planning to summon a primal. Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
Ah, the famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals.
Yeah, go on.
You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal. We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
You've got to be joking. Have you gone completely mad? When people find out you helped the Lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the Resistance. Alamigo will never be free.
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honorable heroes. It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
Well, that hit home.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Amalja?
What? Aside from a lack of crystals? None. But the beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god. Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the Warrior of Light?
Perchance.
Aye, I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them. Because you showed them that one brave woman can make a difference. You saved me too once. Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed.
Oh,
But that was
shit.
a lifetime ago. On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you. You gave us hope where there was none, courage and strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
I know that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
I just...
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences. You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
Well, now that we know more about Lise, then makes sense that you would do this. Forgive me, you cannot be expected to recall every name and face, and besides, it's not as if it matters. I have long admired how you live in the present, how you focus on the problems at hand, and always keep moving forward. So let us keep moving forward together, Filmina. We must find and secure those crystals. There's no time for looking back. So he's one of the Lamigans whose friend I helped. Ah, here we go. If we take the Griffin's double at his word, then the crystals are now somewhere within Zaharak, ready to be put to use by the Amalja. We must apprise Alize of all we have learned. I will join you both in Lil Alamigo after I have changed. Change here, man. It's fine. We're all dudes here. You can change right here, buddy. Ain't nobody gonna judge. Now that Tancred has finally arrived, mayhap you could share your latest findings. Oh yeah, we met Papalimo, Yida. You to tell me that while we were worrying ourselves sick, Yida and Papalimo were here all along. Well, Ishtola will be relieved and also angry. Mainly angry, I should think. As for the crystals, what choice do we have? We cannot very well leave them in the hands of the Amalja. For all we know, they could be preparing to summon Ifrit even as we speak. We must make for Zaharak without delay. Agreed. If there is naught else to discuss, let us depart at once. Ah, and so they go forth in accordance with the Griffin's plan. The players gather to assume their marks on a stage wreathed in flame. Ere long the curtain shall rise, and the drama of which I am author, gods forgive me, shall at last be performed. Naught else remaineth, save to stand at the ready and pray that the chance is seized, for never shall we know its like again. I confess I expect a warmer greeting, but we must not jump to conclusions, not until we have braved the ball of embers. We must be ready to engage the enemy at any moment. If you would make any final preparations, pray do so now. I shall await your signal. While proceeding to the ball of embers, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Yeah. Let's go, buddy. Let's go.
This isn't right. The Amalja would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
Go, buddy.
Not willingly, no.
That's because they're all busy dying.
the saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
At your service.
By the 12, will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it.
Looks like.
But killing the warrior of light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos.
Why did Elidibus not want him to do it though?
One life for one world. A fair exchange. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
Look at that face.
Carbuncle, defend me!
He'd shoot
I
on
sense
the other.
you will offer more than mere target practice, unlike your sister.
Alize!
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere.
Oh, okay, that's where she gets her sword from.
If you would dare to stand against us, to destroy all that we hold dear, then you shall die by my sword.
Let's finish this.
He said the line. That's where he says it? Oh my god. Wow. Okay, that's where he says it. Holy shit. I got goosebumps.
You shall fall soon enough.
It ends now.
chains.
You snake! You would betray us as well?
He that holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart. But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
By the 12! Oriange!
Mine apologies, Master Alphino. That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us. I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
Thou mayest, my lady.
Good.
By thy leave.
Trigonometry.
Even odds then. No matter. We'll crush the lot of you in one fell swoop.
Oh god. Show them trigonometry, bro.
Understood.
Okay.
Hearken to me. We only have one chance. Channel your ether into my blade that I might strike before the mage casts his spell. I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat them.
You would have finished the spell by now with how much we were talking.
Make ready! They come!
You sweet fool. What a name. Trying to... Okay, there we go. Okay. This is how we need to do it? No problem, brother. No problem at all. Oh, there we go. Blade of Light.
The ether! Oh, it's not enough!
Oh, we're almost there. He's invulnerable, right? No. This shit does so much damage. Holy.
Hurry up, Nightmare. Crush you.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Get out of here. Come on, man. Ah, it's so annoying. There we go.
Tis done. With this blade, I banish the darkness.
Not like this. Not like this. No. Not like this.
Alize, are you hurt?
Just tired, bro.
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
Oh, look at that. This is what it is.
We are far from finished. Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Crystals? You mean, like the Ascians?
Just so. As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt planes with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Ascians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal.
Wait! Such methods as the Ascians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to...
Yeah.
At long last you see. To save our world, we gave our lives. We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread. And soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders and bid us fight for all that was good and right. We fought, and we fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won! And now our world is being erased from existence.
Banished all the darkness.
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
I've died before, Arbet. I'm not afraid to die again.
No matter how many times we fall, we must arise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
Oh god. Oh, so much sand in my eyes, man. God damn.
To have known the depth of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis Sois, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle. Quickly! Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
Oh boy. Here we go. They have 5 crystals, I have 6. I have the 6th one. Interesting, okay. Now we're all Sea of Ether.
What is this place?
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
It can't be. Mother Heidelin, hearken unto your children's plea. From 2 worlds do we gather, and from 2 worlds do we offer a bounty of light. In this desperate hour we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the mother, with your chosen Minfilia.
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed.
Oh man.
Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save, whom I can yet save.
Minfilia.
Blessed children of the First, the light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Now you deign to answer our prayers? I will suffer this farce no longer!
As the Ascians must serve as instruments of Zodiac's will, so too must others carry out the will of Hydaelyn. But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary. Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications, she has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light. Thank you, Urianger, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
Yeah, I'm sure.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Hydaelyn had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength longsword. And in treating with the Ascians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes, in whom I glimpsed ourselves, the first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark. Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the first's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
You orchestrated all of this, not to save her, but to send her away!
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal, and at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land? Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
Why are you so good of a person? God damn.
You want to go alone, then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be.
God damn, the sand, yo. There's so much sand in this room.
Your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
Long have I watched you from Hydaelyn's side, watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn. The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
Twould seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
Hear me, servants of Hydaelyn. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home. We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them. We made our choice and you see what came of it, so please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
See you in 100 years, brother. See you in 100 years.
Tis a strange feeling. So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor.
You never did, though. You never did.
Thank you, Lamini, for everything.
Oof, man. God damn. What a scene. Whew. What do you gotta say? Nothing. Gotta say. Speak thy mind and do not expect thy forgiveness. Though things did not unfold as perhaps I mean to say, I truly believe that she forgave me. I should not have spoken to down my place. It would seem we are in southern Talon again. Minfilia's doing, no doubt. May the 12 speed her on her way, and the warriors of darkness too. Cannot help but wonder what awaits those wayward souls. If they gave their lives in order to travel to the source, then in returning to the first, would they not? But mayhap that was their wish. Ending to mark a new beginning. Forgive me, my thoughts were elsewhere, and this when I know full well there is yet work to be done. The crystals. Leave them to me. I will go back into Zaharak and secure them. The Amalja will still be in disarray after the thrashing the warriors of darkness gave them. They are not like to notice a lone bard skulking about. But Thancred, you don't have to do this, I know, but I want to. I will see you at the Rising Stones. Should go and find Yid and Papalimo. They must have finished searching the masked camp by now. Not that it matters anymore. Okay, I'll be right back. I really gotta pee. Okay. Alright. Okay, alright, okay. You must be tired, Filmina. I know I am. If thou wilt permit me, my lady, I would ask a question. When didst thou become aware of my independent pursuits? When I saw you meeting with that warrior of darkness and the Essin in white at the Great Library. I try not to think the worst. You have never been one to confide in others, so I knew that even were your intentions pure, you would not share your plans with us until you felt the time was right. But I cannot deny that a part of me feared you had simply betrayed us. Would that there had been another way. Know that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee, and that these sins will forever weigh heavy on my heart. Yes, actually, up until Endwalker they do. Understand why you did what you did, that you but sought to achieve the greatest good while inflicting the least harm. Not many would have the courage to make that choice. But even knowing what came of your actions, I find that I cannot condone them. I'm sorry. Filmina, forgive me, but I believe the events of the day have taken their toll on me. Should like to rest for a while. If thou wilt grant me leave, I would gladly escort thee unto a refuge of thine own choosing. Once my lady hath regained her strength, we shall join thee at the rising stones. Until then, warrior of light. Missing? Ah, there you are. We finished our search, in case you were wondering. Well met, Filmina. Alpino said you would be joining us. It would seem the Griffin's double was telling the truth, insofar as we found nothing resembling a sizable cache of crystal in the masked camp. Did you perchance find one in Zaharak? Actually, here is everything you need to know. Don't believe it. The crystals Minfilia, all of it. It's just, I don't know what it is. I sympathize, Yida. Even now I struggle to comprehend that which I saw. The only thing I can say with any certainty is that I feel blessed to have been granted a final chance to speak with her. It was bittersweet, aye, but also affirming. Alfino, I believe it is past time Ida and I rejoined the Scions. We have been away for far too long. Though I am loath to leave the Griffin to his own devices, I feel our investigation would benefit from your more dispassionate perspectives. I hope that we might in turn offer our own opinions on the many challenges that you have faced in our absence. Gods, it's been absolutely ages, hasn't it? I can't wait to hear about everyone's adventures. We should be glad to recount them, and Tataru's tales may well surprise you. Oh. Yida? Yida, Ralgar be praised, it is you. Yida, alive and standing here before me, in the flesh. I can hardly believe my eyes. I, Oh, come on. Has it really been so long since you don't remember me? It's Gandalf. I fought beside your father in the revolution. Do not think less of her, friends. It's been 20 years since the occupation sent us our separate ways, but the resistance were always welcome in Little Alamigo. They gave us hope, and young Yida most of all. Aye, Yida here was always full of fire, ever the first to volunteer for a mission, till the day she up and vanished, that is. There were rumors, and we feared the worst, but here you are, alive and well, looking nary a day older. Well, what can I say? I'm sorry for running off like that and making you all worry. It's a long story, but you see, I got involved with my friends here, the Scions. Oh, sorry, we were still the Circle of Knowing back then, right? Anyway, I want to come back and tell you, but it was all very secretive stuff at the time, and as you can see, I'm completely fine. I know we've got a lot to talk about, and we will, but right now I've got to hurry back to our headquarters. My friends are expecting me. Pray forgiver. It has been a very long day for us all. I promise we will visit again at the first opportunity. Let us return to the Rising Stones. Else take me for giving you that mask. Running leveling if anyone needs them on Sam though, so no cube. Shit, I got 5? The fuck was that? Oh yeah, few raids, few dungeons. Welcome home, Philmina. I trust your journey was uneventful. You will be pleased to hear that Tancred has secured the crystals he sent word a short while ago. Once he has delivered them safely into the temple's night scare, he will rejoin us here, and we can declare this matter officially resolved. While awaiting your arrival, I took the opportunity to contact Y'shtola and Kryl and brief them on all that has occurred. I also requested that they return to the Rising Stones at their earliest convenience. Now that our lost friends have been found, it would seem meet to discuss the future. Such as who would lead the Scions and all that stuff, right?
Back in the solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since after Moonbraider.
This.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
Yep.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
But, as Papalima rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be. Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the Scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask. I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Look how far Rianji is standing.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found.
Considering she was found.
Having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
You will always be welcome here, Kryl.
Look how far he's
Ranger,
standing.
can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Ascians as before?
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. 'Twould be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes. She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter. No? Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalimo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the Resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja, not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
Oh,
What will you
there
do,
she is.
Alize?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities. That being said, this new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable, and we've always got her to keep us from bickering.
Yeah. What am I, the mother now?
But I will suffer no titles. I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Fair enough.
Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
Well then, Alfie, I for my part shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
Yep.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru. And we mustn't forget you. What now for the Warrior of Light?
You will never get that answer. Every expansion, you will never get that answer.
Indeed.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look at them, Filmina, the sons of the Seventh Dawn. Look how far we have come. People we've met, the moments we've shared, the losses we have suffered, the tragedies we have overcome, all of it has made us who we are today. Where we go from here and what the future holds, only the 12 know. But I know that we will find out together. Wind breed. Cinematic? Another one.
One world's heroes are another world's villains. One world's loss, another world's gain. Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life,
My friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me. Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand.
Sure. I don't know how to use it anyways.
Thank you. I shall guard it well.
Doodles. Up top Cheerios.
There is cause to hope. For every ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
I like Papalima more now than I did the first run. That's for sure. Oh. Hilbert is here. Well done, brother. You may resume your normal duties and rejoin the others. The coming battle shall be our greatest yet, and I intend to stand with you all on that glorious day. True believers are so readily led. I have given them everything they desired, all for which they have prayed. I doubt you can say the same for your pawns. Get what you wanted then? Was it all worth it in the end? There were some unexpected developments, but they were ultimately to our advantage. Be it host to a surfeit of light or dark, a world bereft of equilibrium is but a void in waiting, and a void is of no use to my master. I shall follow her emissary with great interest. That's true. As for the pawns whom you so pity, they have delivered unto me a gift, which I do now present to you. The eyes of Nidhogg, many were the candidates considered, but by your deeds you have proven yourself the most deserving. A man of boundless rage and a bottomless despair, which whose breasts beats a heart which thirsts for vengeance. Only you are fit to wield these eyes, for weal or for woe. Oh. Nero. Yep. So it was here all along. Lucky guy. Oh, just you wait, my pretty. You and I are going to have so much fun. Omega. That's right on top of the PvP area. Okay, we are done for today. I'm gonna go quickly edit the video and then it's almost time to sleep. So yeah. I don't know if I'll be back tomorrow at a normal time. Might be around 4 p.m. But we'll see how my foot feels. If I can go back to work tomorrow, then I'm going to work tomorrow. And if I'm not going to work tomorrow, then I'll be here all day. Anyways, peace out and thanks for watching.